Flipping the script. Award season's hottest couple was never supposed to be real. Riley Fox. Copyright 2025 by Riley Fox. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Chapter 1. The Art of Controlled Demolition. Quinn Virelle's pen traced perfect margins around the words "Final Draft" for the third time in 5 minutes, each line darker than the last. The Meridian Studios conference room stretched before her like an interrogation chamber. All glass walls and chrome fixtures that reflected her nervous energy back at uncomfortable angles. Through those transparent barriers, executives clustered in the hallway like sharks sensing blood, their hushed conversations punctuated by glances in her direction. Her leather-bound notebook lay open beside the pristine script pages, filled with 2 years' worth of meticulous character development notes and scene breakdowns. Every plot point had been calibrated for maximum emotional impact. Every piece of dialogue had been polished until it sang. This wasn't just her best work. It was her last shot at having any work at all. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead with the kind of persistent hum that made her temples ache. Quinn adjusted her wire-rimmed glasses and tried to project the confidence of a screenwriter whose previous 3 projects hadn't been quietly shelved after disappointing test screenings. The entertainment industry had a short memory for potential and an elephantine one for failure. While it wasn't her last shot, this screenplay represented a pivotal moment in her career, a chance to prove her storytelling mastery in a high-stakes game. Movement in the hallway caught her attention. Margaret Caldwell Morrison, studio head and owner of the kind of power that could resurrect careers or bury them permanently, swept toward the conference room with 3 other executives trailing behind her like well-dressed vultures. Their expressions maintained that carefully neutral appearance Quinn had learned to dread, the corporate equivalent of a poker face before announcing someone's professional execution. The door opened with a soft whoosh of recycled air. "Quinn, darling." Margaret's smile could have powered a small city with its artificial wattage. "Thank you for being so patient with our scheduling conflicts." Patient. As if Quinn had any choice but to sit here for 45 minutes, steadily spiraling between hope and terror, while her future got decided by people who probably hadn't read past page 10 of her script. "Of course." Quinn's voice emerged steadier than she felt. "I understand these decisions take time." The other executives arranged themselves across from her with military precision. Harrison Webb, whose executive producer credit could open doors or slam them shut. Priya Nakamura, head of development, who smiled like she was about to deliver a cancer diagnosis. And David Kim from marketing, his tablet already glowing with what looked suspiciously like damage control strategies. Margaret settled into the chair directly opposite Quinn and folded her manicured hands on the polished table. "First, I want you to know that everyone here absolutely loves your screenplay." Quinn's stomach dropped 3 floors. In Hollywood, compliments delivered with that tone served as verbal anesthesia before the real surgery began. "The writing is brilliant," Harrison added, nodding with the enthusiasm of someone trying very hard to seem enthusiastic. "Absolutely brilliant. The emotional arc, the dialogue, the way you've crafted these characters, it's exactly the kind of LGBTQ+ story we need right now." The past tense wasn't lost on her. Need, not want. Not anymore. "However," Margaret continued, and Quinn's pen stopped moving entirely, "there have been some developments since we last spoke." Of course there had. In Quinn's experience, developments were typically followed by disappointments, which were typically followed by unemployed screenwriters updating their resumes for jobs at coffee shops that actually appreciated their English literature degrees. Priya leaned forward with the practiced sympathy of someone who delivered bad news professionally. We've had to make some adjustments to the casting. Last-minute opportunities, you understand. Quinn understood nothing, but nodded anyway. Her notebook remained open beneath her frozen hands, its pages covered with detailed actor profiles she'd researched obsessively. Performers who understood the weight of words, who treated scripts like sacred texts instead of rough suggestions. We've attached Solen Marrin to the lead role. The conference room's temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Quinn's pen slipped from her fingers and clattered against the table with a sound that felt thunderous in the sudden silence. Solen Marrin. The name ricocheted through Quinn's mind like a bullet in a small room, each impact bringing a fresh wave of horror. Solen Marrin, whose recent scandal involving leaked intimate photos had turned her from indie darling to tabloid cautionary tale. Solen Marrin, whose reputation for creative interpretation of scripts was legendary among writers, and not in a good way. Solen Marrin, who represented everything Quinn's perfectionist soul couldn't tolerate: unpredictability, chaos, the terrifying possibility that 2 years of meticulous work could be destroyed by someone who thought improvisation was an acceptable substitute for actually learning the lines. I see. Quinn's voice sounded like it was coming from someone else's throat. Someone calmer. Someone whose entire career wasn't currently circling the drain. Margaret's smile grew sharper. Obviously, Solen's recent challenges have created certain image complications, which is why we think pairing her with someone of your reputation for integrity and professionalism could be mutually beneficial. Mutually beneficial. Corporate speak for, we need you to clean up our mess because we've already signed the contracts and spent the marketing budget. Harrison jumped in with the kind of forced enthusiasm that suggested he'd been rehearsing this pitch. Solen brings incredible emotional depth to her performances, raw, authentic energy that really connects with audiences. Raw and authentic. More euphemisms for completely unpredictable and likely to rewrite your dialogue during filming. Her work in Fractured Light was extraordinary, Priya added. That improvised monologue in the final scene? Pure genius. Improvised. Quinn's left eye developed a subtle twitch. She'd seen that film. Had watched Solen deliver a speech that bore no resemblance to what the screenwriter had actually written. Critics had called it brilliant. Directors had called it inspired. Screenwriters had probably called it career homicide. David finally spoke up, his tablet glowing with what Quinn now recognized as crisis management statistics. The publicity angle here is significant. 2 successful women in entertainment, supporting each other professionally during challenging times. The optics are incredibly positive. Optics. As if her life was a political campaign instead of... Well, actually, in Hollywood, the distinction was often academic. Quinn retrieved her pen with movements that felt mechanical. And if I'm not comfortable with this casting choice? The silence that followed could have been bottled and sold as a sound effect for funeral scenes. Margaret's expression shifted slightly, revealing just enough steel beneath the polish to remind Quinn exactly who held the power here. Well, obviously, we respect your artistic vision completely. But given the current climate and the need to move quickly on this project, we really feel this is our best path forward. Translation? Take it or leave it. And leaving it meant watching her final chance at a produced screenplay disappear, along with any possibility of a sustainable writing career. Harrison cleared his throat. There's also the matter of the timeline. Award season consideration requires us to begin production immediately, which means we need everyone on board by the end of the week. End of the week, 4 days to decide between professional suicide and professional compromise that felt remarkably similar to professional suicide. Quinn flipped through her notebook's pages of carefully researched alternatives. each actor profile annotated with notes about their respect for source material and collaborative approach to character development. I had prepared several other casting suggestions. "I'm sure you did," Margaret interrupted smoothly, "and I'm sure they're all excellent." But Solen's attachment is non-negotiable at this point. The contracts are signed, the scheduling is locked, and, frankly, the buzz around this pairing has already generated significant industry interest. Buzz. Industry interest. More corporate terminology for, "We've already made our decision and your opinion is a charming but irrelevant formality." Through the glass walls, Quinn watched assistants scurry past with tablets and coffee cups, probably managing the careers of writers who hadn't painted themselves into impossible corners. Writers whose scripts got produced with the actors they'd actually chosen. Writers who didn't have to sit in sterile conference rooms while executives explained why their artistic vision needed to be sacrificed for someone else's commercial strategy. The fluorescent lights buzzed louder, or maybe she was just noticing them more as her stress level climbed toward the stratosphere. Her carefully constructed professional demeanor felt like a mask that was slipping, revealing the desperation she'd worked so hard to hide. Priya leaned forward with practiced concern. "We understand this might feel overwhelming. That's why we're bringing in some additional support to help navigate the complexities." Additional support. In Hollywood, that usually meant either lawyers or therapists, and Quinn wasn't sure which option terrified her more. "What kind of support?" The question emerged before she could stop it. David consulted his tablet with the efficiency of someone reading prepared talking points. "Crisis management specialists, image consultants. We want to make sure both you and Solen have every resource necessary to make this project a success." Image consultants. As if her image was the problem, instead of the fact that they were asking her to trust her artistic baby to someone who treated scripts like rough drafts of potential inspiration. Margaret stood, signaling that the meeting was approaching its conclusion whether Quinn was ready or not. "Obviously, we don't expect an immediate answer to such a significant decision. Why don't you take some time to consider our proposal?" Consider. Another euphemism, this one meaning figure out how to say yes gracefully because no isn't actually an option. The executives began gathering their materials with the coordinated efficiency of people who delivered similar ultimatums before. Quinn's script remained on the table between them, its pages filled with dialogue she'd crafted specifically for performers who understood the weight of words. "How much time?" she asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. "Let's schedule a follow-up for Friday," Harrison suggested, consulting his phone. "That gives you the rest of the week to process everything and ask any questions that might come up." 3 days. 72 hours to decide between professional death and professional compromise that might amount to the same thing. As the executives filed toward the door, Quinn caught fragments of their lowered conversation. "Bring in Iris Delacroix," and "image rehabilitation," and "strategic partnership." The words floated past her like pieces of a puzzle she wasn't sure she wanted to solve. Margaret paused at the door, her expression softening just enough to seem almost genuine. "Quinn, I know this feels complicated, but sometimes the best opportunities come disguised as challenges. Solen is talented. She's committed, and she genuinely cares about telling authentic stories. This could be exactly what both of your careers need." Both of your careers. The phrasing suggested a partnership that went beyond simple actor-writer collaboration, though Quinn couldn't quite grasp what that might entail. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Quinn alone in the conference room's artificial silence. Through the glass wall, she watched the executives disperse like actors leaving a stage after delivering their lines. The script sat before her, its pages filled with words that suddenly felt less permanent than they had an hour ago. Her notebook lay open to a page titled "Ideal Cast," filled with names of actors who understood that dialogue was meant to be spoken as written, not used as inspiration for spontaneous creativity. All those careful annotations and research notes felt suddenly naive, like preparation for a test whose subject had been changed without warning. Quinn closed the notebook and pressed her palms flat against its leather cover. 2 years of work. Countless late nights in her apartment, crafting scenes that balanced humor and heartache in precisely measured doses. Character arcs that built toward revelations she'd planned like an architect designing a cathedral. All of it now dependent on the cooperation of someone whose artistic philosophy seemed fundamentally incompatible with the concept of following directions. The fluorescent lights continued their persistent hum, casting everything in the same harsh, artificial glow that made even success look slightly sickly. Quinn gathered her materials with movements that felt disconnected from her conscious mind, her body operating on autopilot while her brain tried to process the impossible choice she'd been presented. Accept Solen Marrin and risk watching her carefully constructed story transformed into something unrecognizable. Or refuse and watch 2 years of work disappear entirely, along with any hope of salvaging a career that was already hanging by threads she couldn't afford to cut. Neither option felt like winning. The elevator ride to the lobby passed in a blur of mirrored walls and piped-in music that sounded like it had been specifically designed to soothe people who'd just received devastating news. Quinn's reflection stared back at her from multiple angles, each one showing a different variation of barely controlled panic disguised as professional composure. Meridian Studios' lobby bustled with the kind of activity that made Hollywood feel simultaneously important and utterly trivial. Development executives hurried past clutching tablets full of dreams they'd probably crush before lunch. Writers sat in clusters of chairs, their faces wearing expressions ranging from desperate hope to resigned fear. Emotions Quinn recognized with uncomfortable clarity. She pushed through the revolving doors into Los Angeles's relentless sunshine, the kind of aggressively perfect weather that made personal disasters feel even more surreal. Her car sat in visitor parking like a judgment on her current status. Someone who didn't rate a permanent spot. Someone whose presence was temporary and disposable. The drive back to her apartment passed in fragments of freeway and half-heard radio chatter. Quinn's mind kept circling back to the executive's carefully chosen words. Mutual benefit. Strategic partnership. Image rehabilitation. The language of crisis management rather than creative collaboration. She pulled into her building's parking garage and sat in the sudden silence, her hands still gripping the steering wheel. Through the concrete walls, she could hear the distant hum of traffic, other people going about their lives, making decisions that probably didn't involve choosing between professional compromise and professional extinction. Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother in Portland. How did the meeting go? Sending positive thoughts. 3 cheerful emoji followed, their bright colors feeling almost aggressive in their optimism. Quinn stared at the message for a long moment before typing back. Still processing. Will call later. She couldn't bring herself to add any emoji in response. The elevator to her apartment carried her past floors of people whose careers probably weren't currently balanced on knife edges. Normal people, with normal jobs, who got to go home and complain about ordinary workplace frustrations, instead of calculating whether artistic integrity or financial survival mattered more in the long run. Her apartment welcomed her with the kind of silence she usually craved. No ringing phones, no demanding executives, no impossible decisions lurking in every corner. Just her books, and her carefully organized desk, and the window that looked out over a city full of dreamers who'd probably make better choices than the one she was facing. Quinn set her notebook on the desk beside her laptop and stared at both of them. 2 years of work reduced to a choice between bad options, all because she'd been naive enough to believe that good writing would be enough to guarantee respectful treatment. The late afternoon sun slanted through her window, casting everything in golden light that should have felt hopeful, but instead seemed to highlight how little control she actually had over her own life. Somewhere across the city, Solen Marrin was probably going about her day, unaware that she'd just become the center of Quinn's professional crisis. But that wasn't entirely fair, was it? Solen was facing her own career challenges, her own impossible choices. The scandal that had damaged her reputation couldn't have been easy to navigate, and accepting this role was probably just as much a career Hail Mary for her as it was for Quinn.
Maybe that should have been comforting.
Instead, it felt like discovering that her lifeboat was being shared with someone who might not know how to row in the same direction. Quinn opened her notebook and stared at the pages of careful planning that suddenly seemed almost quaint in their optimism. All those meticulous character notes and story beats, crafted with the assumption that she'd have some say in how they were brought to life. 3 days to decide. 72 hours to determine whether she was brave enough to risk everything on a collaboration with someone who might destroy everything she'd worked to create, or smart enough to recognize that destroying it herself might be the safer option. The sun continued its slow arc toward the horizon, painting her apartment in shades of amber and uncertainty. Somewhere in the city, executives were probably already planning press releases about the exciting new partnership between a respected screenwriter and a gifted actress overcoming adversity through mutual support. All Quinn had to do was figure out how to make that fiction feel less terrifying than the alternative.
Chapter 2. Digital Avalanche. The comments kept coming like a digital avalanche, each one landing with surgical precision. Career overmuch and maybe stick to student films scrolled past in an endless feed of anonymous cruelty. Solen sat cross-legged on her unmade bed, laptop balanced precariously on a stack of vintage Vogue magazines, her thumb working overtime on the trackpad as she refreshed Twitter for the 100th time that morning. Hours bled into each other, marked only by the frantic refreshing of her feed and the dull ache behind her eyes. Each cruel word was a tiny pinprick, adding to the slow, agonizing deflate of her carefully constructed world. Tasha hadn't just leaked photos. She'd weaponized intimacy, twisted affection into a public spectacle of commitment issues. The irony was a bitter pill. Commitment was a terrifying prospect, yes, but not in the way Tasha painted it. It was the fear of investing, of believing in something real, only to have it ripped away. Again. A weak ray of morning light, thin and apologetic, finally pierced through the blinds. It illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air above her unmade bed, a silent testament to a night spent in a digital war zone. She hadn't moved, hadn't eaten, hadn't even thought to close the laptop that felt both like a lifeline and a lead weight. Her agent had called hours ago, a blur of frantic energy and damage control strategies that Solen had barely registered. There was a meeting, a statement, a plan. But the words felt distant, unreal, drowned out by the persistent hum of the internet's judgment. This wasn't just a career crisis. It was a personal one. Tasha knew exactly where to strike, aiming for the deepest insecurities Solen carried. The fear of not being enough, of being fundamentally flawed, of being unlovable. The leaked photos, innocent as they were a betrayal of trust, a violation of a private world she'd dared to build with someone. And the accompanying narrative? That was the real poison. It confirmed every fear she had about herself, amplified them for the world to see. She should stop. She knew she should stop. But the compulsion felt stronger than hunger. This need to document exactly how badly Tasha had torched her reputation. The leaked photos weren't even that scandalous by Hollywood standards, just intimate moments between two people who'd thought they were in love. but context didn't matter in the court of public opinion. And Tasha's accompanying Instagram story about Solen's commitment issues had provided all the narrative the internet needed. Her fingers found her compass necklace without conscious thought, the worn brass warm against her palm. The antique piece had belonged to Mrs. Rodriguez, her last foster mother, who'd pressed it into Solen's hands the day she aged out of the system. "For finding your way home," she'd said. Though neither of them had been naive enough to believe foster kids got to have homes in any traditional sense. The phone buzzing beside her made her jump, Marcus's name flashing across the screen with perfect timing. She'd been expecting this call ever since the industry blog started picking up the Tasha story, though she'd hoped Marcus would wait until the worst of it died down. Hope, as usual, had been optimistic. "Morning, sunshine." Marcus's voice carried that particular blend of affection and concern that meant bad news wrapped in good intentions. "How are you holding up?" "Oh, you know." She slid off the bed and padded toward her kitchen, which was really just a corner of the studio with delusions of grandeur. "Living the dream. My mentions look like a dumpster fire, but at least I'm trending." Marcus had perfected the art of the non-committal hum during his 20 years in Hollywood. "Listen, I've got something that might interest you. A project that could be exactly what you need right now." Solen opened her refrigerator and stared at its sparse contents. Leftover Thai food, a questionable container of yogurt, and 3 different types of hot sauce. Apparently, retail therapy extended to condiments when you were too broke for actual shopping. "How exactly do you define what I need? Because if it's witness protection, I'm listening." "Better. It's a legitimate project with a streaming platform that believes in second chances." Marcus's voice took on the careful diplomacy he used when discussing particularly temperamental actors. "There are just a few collaboration challenges we'd need to work through." The way he said collaboration challenges made her close the fridge without retrieving anything. In Marcus speak, that meant she'd be working with someone who either hated her guts or would hate her guts within 5 minutes of meeting her. "What kind of challenges?" "The screenplay is by Quinn Virelle." Solen nearly dropped her phone. Quinn Virelle, the industry's poster child for anal retentive perfectionism. Quinn Virelle, who allegedly color-coded her script revisions and had once fired an assistant for bringing her the wrong font of printed pages. Quinn Virelle, who represented everything Solen feared about losing the spontaneity that made her work authentic. She moved to her apartment's single window, looking out at the fire escape that doubled as her only outdoor space in this overpriced shoebox. And I'm guessing Quinn Virelle is thrilled about working with Hollywood's newest persona non grata. She's processing the information. That's Marcus speak for, "She'd rather set herself on fire than work with me." That's Marcus speak for, "She's a professional who understands that sometimes the industry requires flexibility." His tone gentled. "Look, Solen, I know this isn't ideal timing, but the script is brilliant. Really brilliant. And it needs someone who can bring that raw honesty you're known for." Solen pressed her forehead against the cool window glass. Raw honesty. Right now, she felt like she had enough raw anything to power a small city. But most of it was anxiety and humiliation, rather than anything useful for a performance. "Tell me about the script." LGBTQ+ rom-com. 2 women finding each other through all the chaos of modern dating. It's funny and real and exactly the kind of story that doesn't get told enough. Marcus paused, and she could practically hear him choosing his words. "It could be career-defining work, Solen. For both of you." Career-defining felt like a euphemism for last chance, but she appreciated Marcus's optimism. What's Quinn's process like? Scale of 1 to control freak? She's thorough. Thorough like she has notes? Or thorough like she'll have an aneurysm if I change a single word? Thorough. Like she knows exactly why every comma matters and isn't afraid to explain it. Marcus's laugh held fondness despite the warning. But she's also one of the smartest writers I've ever worked with. If you can find a way to collaborate instead of combating, this could be magic. If being the operative word. Solen had built her reputation on instinctive choices, on finding truth in the moment rather than predetermined blocking. Working with someone who scripted emotions down to the microsecond felt like asking a jazz musician to play classical. Technically possible, but likely to produce something lifeless. Her laptop chimed with another notification. Probably another thoughtful comment about her professional prospects. Meetings tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Neutral location. Marcus's voice took on the gentle firmness she remembered from their first project together, when she'd been too green to know how terrified she should be. Solen, I know this feels risky right now. Everything feels risky. But sometimes the biggest risk is playing it safe. After they hung up, she returned to her laptop, closing Twitter with more willpower than the action warranted. Instead, she opened a new browser tab and typed Quinn Virelle's name into the search bar. The results painted a picture of someone who was her exact opposite in every conceivable way. Industry profiles praising Quinn's meticulous attention to detail and uncompromising creative vision. Interviews where she discussed her structured approach to emotional storytelling. One article included a photo from a screenwriting panel where Quinn sat perfectly straight, her dark hair in that precise bun, wire-rimmed glasses catching the stage lights as she held a printed script like it contained state secrets. Even in the photograph, she looked like someone who had never made an unplanned decision in her life. Solen touched her compass necklace again, feeling like chaos incarnate by comparison. The knock on her door came with the kind of confidence that suggested the visitor expected to be welcomed. Solen glanced at her reflection in the hallway mirror. Oversized band t-shirt, yoga pants with a small hole near the knee. Hair that looked like she'd been running her hands through it all morning, which she had. Definitely not ready for company, but when was she ever? Iris Delacroix stood in the hallway holding 2 coffee cups and wearing the expression of someone who'd come to deliver news that required caffeine as preparation. Her silver-streaked hair was immaculate despite the early hour, and her navy blazer looked like it cost more than Solen's rent. Good morning, Solen. I hope you don't mind the intrusion, but I thought we might need to have a conversation. Iris's voice carried the kind of authority that came from 2 decades of managing Hollywood crises. May I come in? Solen stepped aside, grateful she'd at least cleared the takeout containers from her coffee table the night before. Please tell me you're not here to fire me from something I haven't even been hired for yet. Quite the opposite. Iris settled into Solen's only armchair with the grace of someone who could make any furniture look expensive. She handed over one of the coffee cups, the aroma suggesting it came from somewhere significantly more upscale than the bodega downstairs. I'm here to propose a solution to what's become a mutually destructive situation. The coffee was perfect, rich without being bitter, with just enough cream to cut the edge. Solen curled up on her second-hand couch, tucking her legs beneath her. Mutually destructive sounds ominous. Your recent publicity challenges have created complications for the Quinn Virelle project. Iris spoke with clinical precision, like a surgeon explaining a necessary procedure. The studio is concerned about associating with your current narrative. Meanwhile, Quinn's previous projects have underperformed commercially. making her reputation for difficulty somewhat problematic for a romantic comedy that needs broad appeal.
So we're both professional poison right now.
You're both talented women whose careers have hit temporary obstacles that require strategic management. Iris pulled an iPad from her handbag, swiping to what looked like a presentation. I specialize in transforming obstacles into opportunities. Solen felt her stomach tighten with the familiar sensation that preceded life-altering conversations. She'd learned to recognize the feeling in foster care, when social workers arrived with that particular blend of sympathy and determination that meant everything was about to change again. What kind of opportunities? Iris turned the tablet toward her, revealing what looked like a comprehensive battle plan complete with timelines, media strategies, and photo mock-ups. A coordinated campaign designed to rehabilitate both your images while generating significant buzz for the project. Think of it as elaborate performance art with very real consequences. The presentation was impressive in its thoroughness, covering everything from social media management to strategic public appearances. But something about the photo mock-ups made Solen's chest tighten. Images of her and Quinn at various events, looking like the kind of couple that graced magazine covers and inspired fan fiction. You want us to fake date. The words came out flatter than she'd intended. I want you to save your careers. Iris's tone sharpened slightly. Both of you are one more failure away from being relegated to indie films and guest television spots. This project could change that trajectory, but only if audiences are invested in your story, both on and off screen. Solen stood and began pacing the small space between her couch and kitchen, her bare feet silent on the hardwood floor. The compass necklace felt heavier with each step, weighted down by the magnitude of what Iris was suggesting. And Quinn's on board with this plan? Solen, Quinn is being briefed separately. Her challenges require a different approach than yours. Iris swiped to another screen, this one showing social media analytics that made Solen's stomach drop. Charts and graphs documented her reputation's freefall with mathematical precision. Red lines trending downward like a stock market crash. These numbers represent 18 months of lost opportunities, Solen. Roles you won't be offered, meetings that won't be scheduled, projects that will move forward without you. The data was brutal in its clarity. Her follower count hemorrhaging daily, engagement rates plummeting, brand partnerships quietly disappearing. Tasha's betrayal hadn't just hurt personally. It had been a strategic assassination of everything she'd worked to build. How long would this performance need to last? Solen's voice came out smaller than she'd intended. 6 weeks, through the award season circuit, culminating with the Golden Horizon Awards, where you'll either announce an amicable mutual decision to focus on your careers or... Iris paused meaningfully. You'll discover that the performance has become something more authentic. The suggestion hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that made Solen's cheeks warm. The idea of genuinely connecting with someone like Quinn Virelle, rigid, controlling, everything Solen typically ran from, seemed as likely as winning the lottery. But then again, she'd never been great at predicting her own heart. Solen sank back onto the couch, the weight of her situation settling over her like a heavy blanket. What if we can't stand each other? What if she takes one look at me and decides she'd rather tank her own career than pretend to like mine? Then you'll both learn to be very good actors very quickly. Iris's expression softened slightly. Solen, I've been doing this for 20 years. I've seen careers destroyed by much smaller scandals, and I've seen careers saved by much more desperate measures. This plan works because it gives both of you what you need. Quinn gets commercial appeal and proof she can collaborate. You get reputation rehabilitation and a showcase for your dramatic range. And if it doesn't work, then you'll both be exactly where you are now. Except you'll have given an award-worthy performance and reminded the industry why you're worth watching. Iris stood, smoothing her blazer. I'm scheduling a meeting for tomorrow at 2. The Meridian Hotel, Penthouse Suite. Consider it a chemistry test. After Iris left, Solen found herself staring at Quinn's photo again, trying to imagine those sharp green eyes looking at her with anything resembling affection, instead of the barely concealed horror she was expecting. The whole plan felt like an elaborate form of professional suicide. What happened when you put two people together who represented everything the other feared about losing themselves? But as she scrolled through another wave of comments questioning her professionalism, her talent, her right to exist in the industry she'd fought so hard to enter, Solen realized she was out of alternatives. Foster care had taught her that sometimes survival meant adapting to impossible circumstances, and right now, Quinn Virelle represented her best shot at a future that didn't involve waiting tables between community theater gigs. She touched her compass necklace one more time, feeling the familiar weight of uncertainty. Mrs. Rodriguez had meant it as comfort, this tool for finding direction when everything felt lost. But compasses only worked if you had some idea where you wanted to go. And right now, Solen felt like she was spinning in place, desperate for any true north that would lead her home. Tomorrow she'd meet Quinn Virelle and discover whether they could create something authentic out of complete artifice. Tonight, she'd practice pretending that the part of her that craved genuine connection wasn't already terrified of what might happen if the performance became too real.
Chapter 3. The Mathematics of Desperation. Quinn arrived at the Meridian Hotel's private dining room 15 minutes early, which was actually 5 minutes later than her usual 20-minute buffer, but traffic had conspired against her color-coded schedule. Her leather-bound notebook lay open beside her sparkling water, filled with fresh ink detailing damage control strategies and what she'd privately termed career mathematics, a series of increasingly desperate calculations about her remaining industry viability. The private dining room's floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the city, but Quinn kept her wire-rimmed glasses focused on her handwritten notes. She'd spent the morning researching crisis management techniques and publicity timelines, approaching this meeting like she approached everything else, with thorough preparation and the naive hope that enough planning could control any outcome. Her pen moved across the notebook's cream pages in precise script. Scenario A. Collaboration succeeds despite personality conflicts. Probability, 23%. Scenario B. Public disaster requiring geographic relocation. Probability, 67%. Scenario C. She paused, pen hovering over the page, unable to calculate her way out of the growing certainty that her career was circling the drain regardless of mathematical intervention. The dining room door opened with the kind of confidence that announced important people making important entrances. Iris Delacroix swept in, wearing a tailored charcoal suit that probably cost more than Quinn's monthly rent, her silver-streaked black hair perfectly arranged despite the December wind outside. She carried a sleek tablet and the expression of someone who owned not just this room, but potentially this entire building. Quinn. Iris's voice held the warmth of expensive wine and 20 years of navigating Hollywood's most treacherous waters. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I haven't agreed to anything yet. Quinn closed her notebook protectively. I'm here for information. Iris signaled the hovering server with a subtle gesture that summoned a glass of red wine, as if by magic. Information is exactly what I'm here to provide. though I suspect you've already done considerable research. The tablet came alive under Iris's manicured fingers, displaying charts and graphs that made Quinn's stomach clench with recognition. Her industry mentions over the past 18 months formed a depressing downward slope, while her project attachments had dwindled to this single, increasingly precarious opportunity. These numbers represent your current market value. Iris rotated the tablet so Quinn could see the full scope of her professional decline rendered in unforgiving analytics. 2 failed projects, 1 very public creative dispute with a director who's now persona non grata, and a reputation for being difficult to work with. Quinn's fingers found her water glass, gripping it like an anchor. I prefer committed to quality. The industry prefers people who play well with others. Iris swiped to a new screen showing Solen's metrics, which painted an equally grim picture. Ms. Marrin's situation is different, but equally catastrophic. Talent without trustworthiness, media attention for all the wrong reasons, and a Q rating that's dropped 47% since the photo leak. The analytical part of Quinn's mind, which was most of her mind, began processing the implications. 2 failing careers created either twice the disaster or possibly some kind of mathematical redemption through strategic combination. What exactly are you proposing? Iris leaned back with the satisfaction of someone about to reveal a particularly elegant solution. Public romance. Carefully orchestrated, strategically timed, designed to transform both your narratives from professional liability to romantic fascination. Quinn's pen fell from suddenly nerveless fingers, clattering against her notebook. Fake dating. I prefer performance-based publicity partnership. Iris's smile held the kind of patient amusement reserved for clients who hadn't yet grasped the full scope of their situations. 30 days of public appearances, social media content, and award season visibility. Beginning with casual coffee dates, progressing through industry events, and culminating in a red carpet debut at the Golden Horizon Awards. The notebook opened again, despite Quinn's churning stomach, her pen moving in frantic calculations. 30 days meant approximately 60 public interactions, assuming twice daily social media posts and weekly major appearances. Variables included paparazzi cooperation, fan reaction metrics, and the terrifying prospect of sustained physical proximity to someone whose entire professional reputation was built on creative chaos. The mathematics don't work. Quinn's handwriting grew smaller and more precise as her anxiety increased. Too many uncontrollable variables. Public opinion, media cycles, the distinct possibility that we'll murder each other before the 30 days are complete. The mathematics of your current trajectory work even less favorably. Iris displayed a new chart showing projected career outcomes. At your current rate of industry alienation, you have approximately 8 months before you're priced out of Hollywood entirely. Quinn stared at the numbers, each percentage point representing dreams deferred and years of work dissolving into statistical insignificance. She was reaching for her water glass again when the dining room door burst open 25 minutes after the agreed meeting time. Solen Marrin entered like weather, sudden, transformative, and impossible to ignore. Her auburn hair showed evidence of Los Angeles wind and possibly a sprint through the hotel lobby, while her vintage compass necklace caught the afternoon light streaming through those magnificent windows. She wore a flowing emerald blouse that somehow managed to look both effortlessly elegant and like she'd grabbed it from yesterday's laundry basket. Sorry, there were photographers outside and I had to do the whole duck and dodge routine. Solen unwound a colorful scarf while simultaneously moving Quinn's carefully arranged water glass to make room for her jacket. Did someone tip them off? Or do they just camp here hoping for random celebrity disasters? Quinn watched her notebook get jostled by Solen's enthusiastic gesturing and felt her left eye begin its familiar, stress-induced twitch. Everything about Solen's presence disrupted the carefully controlled environment she'd tried to establish. The moved glassware, the scattered energy, the way she seemed to occupy twice her actual physical space. "They follow industry rumors," Iris answered smoothly, making notes on her tablet. "Speaking of which, this reaction is exactly why timing matters." Solen finally settled into her chair, immediately reaching across the table toward Quinn's leather notebook. "What's this? Are you taking notes about me already?" Quinn yanked the notebook against her chest with a speed that surprised everyone, including herself. "It's research, industry analysis, mathematical projections." Mathematical projections about fake dating? Solen's brown eyes held genuine curiosity rather than mockery. "That's either brilliantly systematic or completely missing the point." "I prefer systematic." Quinn loosened her death grip on the notebook slightly. "Unlike some people, I don't believe in improvising my way through important decisions." The temperature in the room dropped several degrees as both women regarded each other with the wary assessment of natural predators sharing unexpected territory. Iris cleared her throat and activated her tablet's presentation mode, projecting detailed bullet points onto the dining room's elegant wall. "The parameters are quite specific," Iris began, with the efficiency of someone accustomed to managing volatile personalities. "Public appearances twice weekly, including coffee dates, script consultations, and industry events. Coordinated social media presence featuring candid moments and behind-the-scenes content. Believable physical affection during photographed encounters. And absolute discretion about the arrangement's artificial nature." Quinn opened her notebook again, creating rapid bullet points that corresponded to Iris's presentation. "Define believable physical affection. Hand-holding, casual touching, the occasional kiss for cameras." Iris's matter-of-fact delivery made it sound like discussing catering options. Nothing beyond PG-13, obviously. Solen laughed, a sound like wind chimes that made Quinn's pen skip across the page. "Obviously. We wouldn't want to traumatize America with the sight of two women actually enjoying each other's company." "This is about career rehabilitation, not personal enjoyment." Quinn's voice carried the crisp authority of someone desperately trying to maintain control over an increasingly chaotic situation. Professional objectives achieved through strategic performance. "See? That's where you're wrong." Solen leaned forward, her compass necklace swinging gently. "If we're going to convince anyone this is real, we need actual chemistry. Actual moments of connection. You can't fake genuine attraction with mathematical formulas." The words hit Quinn like cold water, forcing her to confront the central flaw in her analytical approach. Mathematics could predict publicity cycles and calculate media impressions, but they couldn't manufacture the kind of authentic spark that made people believe in love stories. Her pen hovered over the notebook page, unable to quantify the very thing their success depended on. "What's your screenplay about?" Solen asked suddenly, her question cutting through Quinn's mental spiral. "The one we are supposedly bonding over?" Quinn blinked, startled by the unexpected shift to professional territory. "It's a romantic comedy. Two women who meet through a dating app malfunction that keeps matching them with each other despite their completely incompatible profiles. So they're opposites who attract." Solen's smile held genuine warmth. "What makes them incompatible?" "Je." "One's a museum curator who plans everything 6 months in advance. The other's a food truck owner who decides her route based on daily horoscopes." Quinn found herself relaxing slightly as she discussed her work. The curator thinks the food truck owner is chaos incarnate. The food truck owner thinks the curator has confused living with scheduling. But they keep getting matched because the algorithm sees something they can't see themselves. Solen nodded thoughtfully. There's something beautiful about technology understanding human connection better than humans do. Quinn stared at Solen, surprised by the insight. She'd expected superficial interest, maybe some questions about her character's motivation. Instead, Solen had immediately grasped the story's central theme, about finding love in unexpected places with supposedly wrong people. You actually read scripts before you audition? The question emerged before Quinn could stop it, carrying more curiosity than accusation. Solen's expression shifted, vulnerability flickering across her features like candlelight. I know my reputation suggests otherwise, but I care about story. Sometimes I suggest changes because I see something that could be stronger, not because I think writers don't know their business. The admission hung between them, honest and slightly raw. Quinn felt something soften in her chest, a recognition that, perhaps, her assumptions about Solen's creative process had been both unfair and incomplete. Her notebook lay forgotten as she studied Solen's face, noting the intelligence behind those warm brown eyes and the way she unconsciously worried her compass necklace between her fingers. The improvisation thing, Quinn began carefully, is that about making scenes more authentic? Space was. Sometimes. Solen's fingers stilled on her necklace. Sometimes it's about finding truth that wasn't there on the page. Not because the writing is bad, but because acting means bringing your own truth to someone else's words. Iris watched this exchange with the satisfied expression of someone whose strategic instincts had been validated. She cleared her throat gently, drawing both women's attention back to the business at hand. This is exactly what I'm talking about, Iris said. Genuine conversation, intellectual connection. The kind of chemistry that translates beautifully to photographs and interviews. Quinn felt heat rise in her cheeks as she realized they'd been performing the very thing Iris hoped to manufacture. Worse, it hadn't felt like performing at all. It had felt like discovery, like finding unexpected common ground with someone she'd written off as professionally incompatible. The timeline remains non-negotiable, Iris continued. 30 days, beginning with low-key public appearances and building to the Golden Horizon Awards. The studio needs sustained buzz to offset the project's rocky start, and both your careers need immediate rehabilitation. Solen reached across the table again, this time stopping just short of Quinn's notebook. May I? Quinn hesitated, then slowly slid the notebook toward Solen. Watching someone else read her private thoughts felt like voluntary surgery without anesthesia, but something about Solen's earlier vulnerability made the gesture feel necessary. Solen's eyes moved across Quinn's careful calculations, her expression growing thoughtful rather than mocking. You've really thought through every possible disaster scenario. It's what I do. Quinn's voice came out smaller than intended. I try to control variables so nothing unexpected can destroy everything I've worked for. But what if unexpected things make everything better? Solen's question was gentle, without judgment. What if improvisation leads somewhere beautiful that all the planning in the world couldn't have found? Quinn felt her fundamental worldview tilt slightly, like a building learning to trust a new foundation. Everything in her professional and personal life had taught her that control meant safety, that planning prevented disaster, that spontaneity was just chaos wearing a prettier name. But sitting across from Solen, seeing her screenplay's themes reflected in this impossible woman's approach to life, she wondered if mathematical certainty might be another kind of prison. This could work, Quinn heard herself saying, the words emerging from someplace deeper than spreadsheets and strategic analysis. Not the fake dating part that's still terrifying and probably doomed, but working together on the script. finding ways to honor both planning and improvisation. Solen's smile was like sunrise, gradual and then suddenly brilliant. Are you saying yes to fake dating or just collaborative screenwriting?
Quinn looked at her notebook, filled with calculations that couldn't account for the most important variables: trust, chemistry, and the terrifying possibility that 30 days of pretending might lead somewhere real. Her pen moved across a fresh page, writing words that defied every mathematical model she'd constructed. I'm saying yes to trying something that makes absolutely no logical sense, she wrote, then looked up to meet Solen's eyes, which means either I'm finally ready to take a real risk or my career desperation has achieved clinically dangerous levels. Iris raised her wine glass in a toast that felt more like a battle cry. To strategic risks and beautiful disasters. Solen lifted Quinn's water glass, her fingers briefly brushing Quinn's knuckles. To improvising our way toward something real. Quinn felt electricity shoot up her arm from that innocent contact, a reaction that definitely wasn't in any of her calculations. She lifted her own glass, wondering if she'd just agreed to save her career or signed up for the most elaborate form of professional suicide ever attempted. To 30 days, she said, and tried not to think about how many ways this could end in absolute disaster.
Chapter 4. Collision Course. The morning light streaming through Quinn's apartment windows revealed every surface in the kind of pristine order that made interior design magazines weep with joy. Standing in her doorway at exactly 11 o'clock, she surveyed her domain one final time before Solen's arrival, adjusting a throw pillow that had dared to sit 2 degrees off-center. Her phone buzzed with a text. Running 5 minutes late. Elevator stopped for coffee truck emergency. Crisis averted. S*. Quinn blinked at the message 3 times. A coffee truck emergency? What constituted a coffee truck emergency? And why would someone stop their schedule for? The doorbell interrupted her spiraling questions about Solen's apparent relationship with caffeinated chaos. Through the peephole, Solen stood shifting her weight from foot to foot, touching something at her throat while double-checking the apartment number. Quinn smoothed her precisely casual weekend outfit, navy slacks she'd actually ironed, and a cream sweater that cost more than some people's rent, and opened the door. Hi. Solen's smile carried the same warmth that had unsettled Quinn during their hotel meeting, but seeing it in her own doorway created an entirely different category of disruption. I brought reinforcements. She held up a cardboard carrier with 2 coffee cups. Figured we might need caffeine for whatever color-coded battle plan you've prepared. I don't color-code everything. Quinn stepped aside to let her in, immediately catching sight of Solen's vintage Fleetwood Mac t-shirt, artfully ripped jeans, and scuffed leather boots that had clearly lived several interesting lives. Sure you don't. Solen crossed the threshold and stopped dead, her eyes sweeping across Quinn's living space with the expression of someone discovering an alien civilization. Holy organizational skills, Batman. The apartment stretched before them in carefully curated perfection. Books arranged by genre, then alphabetically within each section. Throw pillows positioned at mathematically pleasing intervals. And a glass coffee table that reflected the morning light without a single water stain or fingerprint. Even Quinn's laptop sat closed and centered on her dining table, flanked by matching notebooks arranged in perfect parallel lines. It's like a museum, Solen whispered, then caught herself. I mean, it's beautiful. Very controlled. I prefer intentional. Quinn closed the door and immediately began calculating how long it would take to restore perfect order after Solen's visit. Can I take your jacket? Actually, I'm good. Solen set the coffee carrier on the pristine counter, her movements careful as if she might accidentally contaminate something. This is really where you live? Not just where you pose for successful screenwriter at home, magazine spreads.
I don't pose for. Quinn stopped, recognizing the gentle teasing in Solen's voice.
Yes, this is where I live. And work. And think. Where do you relax? The question hung in the air like an accusation. Quinn gestured vaguely toward her sectional sofa, which looked more like an art installation than furniture anyone had ever actually lounged on.
Right, Solen nodded solemnly.
The designated relaxation zone. Very efficient. Before Quinn could formulate a response that didn't sound completely neurotic, Solen had wandered toward her bookshelves, running one finger along the perfectly aligned spines. Okay, this is actually impressive. You've got everything from Austen to Zadie Smith, and they're all... She tilted her head. Wait, are these organized by publication date within each author?
Chronological arrangement shows creative evolution.
Quinn retrieved the binder she'd prepared from her dining table, its contents organized with the precision of a military operation. Speaking of organization, I've created a comprehensive overview of our arrangement.
Solen turned from the bookshelf, eyebrows raised.
You made a binder.
I made a strategic reference guide. Quinn opened it on her coffee table, revealing color-coded tabs marked Timeline, Public Appearances, Background Information, and Engagement Protocols. We have 30 days to convince the entertainment industry that we're in a genuine relationship. That requires consistency, preparation, and...
Quinn.
Solen settled onto the sofa beside her, close enough that Quinn caught her scent, something warm and slightly spicy, like cinnamon and old books. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Excuse me. Ice cream. Favorite flavor. If we're dating, I should know whether you're a vanilla person or if you go rogue with Rocky Road.
Quinn stared at her. That's not in the strategic priorities section, but it's in the things your girlfriend would know section.
Solen twisted to face her more fully, one leg tucked under her in a way that wrinkled her jeans and somehow made the formal sofa look more welcoming. Do you sing in the shower? Are you afraid of spiders? Do you steal French fries off other people's plates? Tot.
I don't.
We should focus on consistent messaging about our relationship timeline and mint chocolate chip.
What?
My favorite ice cream is mint chocolate chip, but only the kind with real chunks, not the weird, smooth mint stuff. I'm absolutely terrified of butterflies, which everyone thinks is ridiculous until I explain that they're basically flying insects with unpredictable flight patterns and no respect for personal space. Solen grinned. And yes, I'll steal your fries, but only after asking if you're really going to finish them. Despite herself, Quinn felt her mouth quirk upward. Butterflies? Toto? Don't laugh. They're chaos with wings. That's... Quinn caught herself before saying actually logical and revealing just how much she appreciated Solen's reasoning. Noted. For future butterfly-related emergencies. See? We're making progress. Solen gestured at the binder. Now, what does your color-coded masterpiece say about our grand performance? Quinn flipped to the timeline tab, grateful for solid ground. We need to establish a believable progression. First public coffee date tomorrow. Casual hand-holding by day 3. Social media interaction starting day 5.
Whoa, hold on.
Solen held up a hand. You want to schedule when we hold hands? Consistency requires planning.
Romance requires spontaneity.
They stared at each other across the coffee table. The binder spread between them like a battle plan neither had agreed to follow.
You can't schedule authentic connection, Quinn. You can't build believable narrative without structure, Solen. Watch me. Before Quinn could process the warning, Solen reached across the small space between them and took her hand. Her mind, a well-oiled machine built for analysis and contingency planning, seized. This wasn't in the protocol. There was no section in the Solen strategy guide for spontaneous physical contact. Every alarm bell in her meticulously ordered system shrieked. Abort, categorize, analyze. But there was nothing to analyze. No data points to plot, just warmth. A foreign, unexpected warmth that bypassed her carefully constructed defenses and lodged somewhere deep and unsettling. This was exactly what she wasn't good at. The unscripted, the unpredictable, the human variable that defied all logic and control. Her brain scrambled for a defense, a distraction, anything to pull her back to the safety of calculated distance. Quinn's entire nervous system fired at once. Solen's palm was warm and slightly calloused, probably from whatever mysterious physical hobbies went with vintage t-shirts and scuffed boots. Her fingers were longer than Quinn's, with short, practical nails, and a thin silver ring on her thumb that caught the light. See. Solen's voice was softer now, almost testing. This is what holding hands feels like. No agenda, no timeline, just... Quinn pulled away so fast she nearly knocked over her coffee. Sorry, I'm not... She pressed her palms against her thighs, still feeling the phantom warmth of Solen's touch. I need more preparation for physical interaction. Something shifted in Solen's expression. A flash of hurt, quickly covered by understanding. Okay, we can work up to it. I'm not good at the unpredictable parts, Quinn admitted, staring down at her hands. Of anything. Good thing I excel at unpredictable. Solen's voice carried gentle humor instead of judgment. Maybe we balance each other out. Quinn looked up to find Solen watching her, with an expression she couldn't quite categorize. Not pity, exactly, but something careful and curious that made her chest feel tight. Can we compromise? Solen continued. You can keep your binder and your schedules, but we also spend actual time together, not performing, not practicing, just existing in the same space until we figure out how we fit. That sounds terrifyingly inefficient. That sounds like how real relationships work. Quinn considered this, absently straightening the papers in her binder. Solen had a point, much as it pained her to admit it. All her research into romantic relationships, acad and otherwise, suggested that genuine connection couldn't be entirely scripted. We could start with coffee, she said slowly. At Grind Coffee House. She hesitated, surprised by her own impulse to share something personal. It's where I write. Where I go when I need to think. Your thinking place. Solen's smile was different this time. Less performance and more genuine pleasure. You're willing to share your thinking place with me, for the sake of the arrangement, yes. Right, the arrangement. But Solen looked pleased rather than offended by Quinn's deflection. What else should I know about Quinn Virelle's natural habitat? Without quite meaning to, Quinn found herself explaining her writing process, how she mapped story structures in her leather notebook before transferring anything to digital, how she always sat in the corner booth facing the door, because she liked to observe people for character development. You people watch. Solen looked delighted by this revelation. That's so beautifully sneaky. It's research. It's curiosity about how humans work. That's what makes your dialogue feel real, even when you think you're bad at writing romance. Quinn felt heat rise in her cheeks.
I never said I was bad at...
You implied it. Very precisely and intellectually, but you implied it. Solen shifted on the sofa, and Quinn realized with surprise that she'd unconsciously angled herself toward her guest instead of maintaining her usual formal posture. What if the problem isn't that you're bad at writing romance? What if you've just never let yourself be messy enough to understand it? I don't do messy, I noticed. Solen glanced around the apartment again, but this time, her expression held affection rather than amazement. But maybe that's why this could work. You bring structure to my chaos. I bring chaos to your structure. 0. Despite every logical instinct screaming warnings about chaos in any form, Quinn felt something loosen in her chest. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Or for a really interesting 30 days. Quinn looked down at her binder, at all her careful planning and color-coded preparation, then back at Solen's expectant face. Somehow, without either of them moving, the space between them on the sofa had shrunk. Not close enough to touch, but close enough that Quinn could see the flecks of gold in Solen's brown eyes. Could notice how she worried her bottom lip when thinking. Tomorrow morning, Quinn heard herself say. 10:30 at Grind Coffee House. I'll introduce you to my corner booth, and I'll try not to rearrange your sugar packets. I don't use... Quinn stopped, recognizing another gentle tease. You're going to be trouble, aren't you? The very best kind. Solen stood, smoothing down her t-shirt. Thanks for the coffee and the strategic planning session. Your apartment is lovely, by the way, even if it does make me want to mess up something just to see what happens. Please don't. I won't. But I might move this pillow slightly off-center before I leave, just to give you something to fix after I'm gone. Quinn followed her to the door, surprised by how empty her apartment suddenly felt. That's psychological warfare. That's affection. Solen paused with her hand on the doorknob, expression growing more serious. Quinn? Tomorrow. Just be yourself. The real version, not the performance version. Trust me enough to see what happens when you're not trying to control every variable. After Solen left, Quinn stood in her doorway for longer than strictly necessary, listening to the elevator carry her away. When she finally closed the door and turned back to her living space, she noticed immediately that one of her throw pillows sat at a decidedly non-geometric angle. Instead of fixing it right away, she found herself studying how the slight disarray made the whole room look less like a showroom and more like a place where people might actually exist together. Her leather notebook lay open on the coffee table beside Solen's forgotten coffee cup, and almost without thinking, Quinn picked up her pen and wrote. Day 1. Variables I cannot account for. The way she tilts her head when thinking. The fact that her presence makes my apartment feel warmer instead of messier. The possibility that some chaos might be worth the risk. She stared at the words for a long moment, then closed the notebook and went to straighten her pillow. But first, she allowed herself 30 more seconds to see how the room looked with Solen's small rebellion still in place.
Chapter 5. Coffee Shop Chemistry. Quinn arrived at Grind Coffee House exactly 30 minutes before their agreed meeting time, which was precisely 15 minutes earlier than her usual arrival buffer, but felt necessary given the stakes. She claimed her corner table, the one with the slightly wobbly leg that she'd learned to compensate for by sliding a sugar packet under the offending corner, and arranged her materials with surgical precision. Leather notebook positioned at 10 o'clock. Laptop opened to her color-coded timeline spreadsheet. Printed backup copies fanned out like playing cards she was about to lose badly. Her phone buzzed with Solen's location update. Running just a tiny bit late. Traffic is being dramatic. Quinn stared at the theater mask emoji and felt her left eye develop that familiar twitch. In her world, running late meant arriving at 2:28 for a 2:30 appointment. Something told her Solen operated on a more flexible interpretation of time. She checked her prepared conversation starters for the 7th time. "How was your morning?" felt too generic. "Ready to fool the entertainment industry?" Too blunt. "Nice weather for orchestrating a fake romance?" Definitely too neurotic, even for her. The bell above the cafe door chimed, and Quinn's head snapped up like a meerkat sensing danger. False alarm, just a teenager in ripped jeans who immediately gravitated toward the poetry book section. Quinn returned to her notes, then glanced up again as the door chimed twice more in quick succession. Still no Solen. 15 minutes past their meeting time, the bell chimed again, and Quinn felt her shoulders unknot before she even looked up. Solen swept through the door, wearing a flowing emerald dress that seemed to capture and redistribute the afternoon sunlight, transforming the entire cafe into something warmer. Several patrons looked up from their laptops and conversations, drawn by the same inexplicable magnetism that made cameras love her. Solen paused just inside the entrance, scanning the room with a kind of genuine warmth that made strangers feel like old friends. When her gaze found Quinn's corner table, her face lit up with what appeared to be actual delight, not performance. She raised her hand in a small wave that somehow managed to convey both "sorry I'm late" and "you look wonderful" simultaneously. Quinn raised her own hand in response, a gesture so stiff it felt like a courtroom oath. Instead of heading directly to the table, Solen approached the counter where Miguel, the barista with paint-stained fingernails and art school dreams, was wiping down the espresso machine. "Miguel, how did the portfolio submission go?" The young man's face brightened immediately. "Solen! I can't believe you remembered. I submitted to 3 programs last week. Still waiting to hear back, but—" "The waiting is the hardest part," Solen said, leaning against the counter with the easy familiarity of a regular customer who actually noticed the people serving her. "But I've seen your sketches on the community board. Any school would be lucky to have you." Quinn watched this interaction with the fascination of an anthropologist studying a previously unknown species. Solen remembered details about people's lives, asked follow-up questions, created genuine human connection with the same effortless grace other people used to order coffee. It was exactly the kind of authentic warmth Quinn spent weeks trying to write into her characters, distilled into 30 seconds of real conversation. "The usual?" Miguel asked, already reaching for a ceramic mug. "Actually, make it 2 oat milk lavender lattes. I'm introducing someone to the best-kept secret on your menu." A young woman approached hesitantly from a nearby table, phone already in her hand. "Excuse me, are you Solen Marrin? I loved you in Midnight in Portland. Could we maybe take a quick selfie?" Quinn tensed, her mind immediately jumping to publicity implications and strategic photo positioning. But Solen's response was warmth itself. "Of course. What's your name?" "Emma. I'm actually a film student at USC, and your improvisation in the lighthouse scene inspired my thesis project on authentic emotion in performance." "That means everything to me," Solen said, and Quinn could tell she genuinely meant it. As they positioned for the photo, Solen naturally angled herself to include Quinn in the background, not prominently enough to seem staged, but clearly establishing their connection. The whole interaction took less than 2 minutes, but left Emma glowing and several other patrons smiling at the casual kindness they'd witnessed. Solen collected their drinks and wound through the mismatched tables to Quinn's corner booth, sliding in across from her with fluid grace that made Quinn hyper-aware of her own rigid posture. "Sorry about the delay," Solen said, setting Quinn's latte down with a small flourish. "I may have gotten caught up admiring your homework situation." Her eyes swept over the organized materials spread across the table with what appeared to be genuine fascination rather than judgment. This is incredibly thorough. You've basically created a relationship syllabus. Quinn felt heat climb her neck. I know it's probably overkill, but I thought if we're going to do this, we should... Hey. Solen's voice was gentle. I think it's amazing. You've put more thought into this fake relationship than most people put into real ones. Walk me through your master plan. The unexpected validation made Quinn's shoulders relax slightly. She opened her notebook to the first page of color-coded timelines. Right. So I've mapped out our public appearances over the next 30 days, cross-referenced with optimal social media posting schedules and...
Quinn.
The sound of her name, spoken softly, made her look up from her carefully prepared talking points. Solen was leaning forward slightly, chin resting on her hand, giving Quinn the kind of focused attention usually reserved for fascinating strangers at parties. Is this how you approach everything? With charts and timelines and backup plans for your backup plans? It's how I approach things that matter, Quinn said, then felt exposed by the admission. Without warning, Solen reached across the table and placed her hand over Quinn's. The touch was light, casual, the kind of gesture that might happen naturally between two women getting to know each other. But Quinn's entire nervous system lit up like a Christmas display, her pulse jumping in a way that had nothing to do with caffeine. This is going to sound like a criticism, but I promise it's not, Solen said, her thumb brushing almost imperceptibly across Quinn's knuckles. All your planning is brilliant for logistics, but chemistry can't be scheduled. If we're going to convince people we're falling for each other, we need to actually feel comfortable together. Quinn stared down at their joined hands, hyper-aware of the warmth of Solen's skin and the steady confidence of her touch. I'm working on the comfortable part. I can tell. Solen's voice carried humor, but no mockery. Your shoulders are up around your ears, and you keep glancing at that guy in the corner who's pretending to work on his laptop, while obviously listening to every word we say. Quinn's eyes flicked involuntarily toward the man in question. Dark, wavy hair, well-dressed in that calculated, casual way that screamed entertainment industry. He was indeed typing with the kind of focus that suggested he was documenting rather than creating. Diego Santos Rivera, Quinn murmured. Entertainment journalist. Usually covers industry trends rather than gossip, but a potential fake couple during award season is exactly the kind of story that bridges both, Solen finished. So what do you think? Should we give him something worth writing about? Before Quinn could ask what she meant, Solen was sliding around to Quinn's side of the booth, settling beside her with the kind of easy intimacy that made Quinn's carefully maintained personal space feel suddenly flexible. Much better, Solen said, close enough now that Quinn caught her scent. Something warm and slightly floral that was probably expensive perfume, but seemed as effortless as everything else about her. Actual couples don't conduct relationship strategy sessions from opposite sides of a table like they're negotiating a hostage exchange. The observation was accurate enough to make Quinn laugh despite her nerves. Is that really what we looked like?
A little bit.
Solen admitted, settling more comfortably against the booth's worn cushions. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the thorough planning. But maybe we could balance your strategic brilliance with some actual getting-to-know-you conversation? Quinn realized Solen was right. For all her preparation, she'd focused entirely on external logistics while completely neglecting the internal foundation. They were supposed to be convincing people they were developing genuine feelings for each other. But Quinn couldn't name Solen's favorite movie, or whether she was a morning person, or what made her laugh when she thought no one was listening. Okay, Quinn said, closing her notebook and pushing it aside. The gesture felt almost rebellious. What do you want to know? Tell me about this story you're working on. Not the logistical stuff or the market positioning. What made you want to write it in the first place? The question caught Quinn off guard with its directness and genuine curiosity. Most people in the industry asked about projects in terms of commercial potential or strategic career moves. Solen was asking about inspiration, motivation, the vulnerable creative impulse that existed before market research and target demographics. It started with this image, Quinn found herself saying, surprising herself by answering honestly instead of with her usual professional talking points. Two women meet at the worst possible moment in both their lives. Career disasters, relationship wreckage, all of it. And they're thrown together on this road trip neither of them wants to take. Solen shifted slightly, turning to face Quinn more directly, and the movement brought them close enough that Quinn could see the gold flecks in her brown eyes. And they hate each other at first? Not hate exactly. They just represent everything the other person is trying to avoid. One is this rigid control freak who has contingency plans for her contingency plans, and the other is this impulsive free spirit who makes decisions based on gut instinct and optimism. Sounds like they'd drive each other crazy, Solen said, and something in her tone made Quinn look at her more sharply. They do. But somewhere along the way they realize that what they thought were incompatible flaws are actually complementary strengths. The control freak learns to embrace uncertainty, and the free spirit discovers that some things are worth planning for, and they fall in love. Eventually, Quinn felt heat rise in her cheeks, suddenly aware they were discussing fictional romance while sitting close enough to be mistaken for an actual couple. It's about how the right person doesn't complete you so much as challenge you to become a more complete version of yourself. Solen was quiet for a moment, studying Quinn with an expression that seemed to see more than Quinn intended to reveal. That's beautiful. And probably terrifying to write. Why do you say that? Because it requires believing that kind of love is actually possible. That someone could see all your carefully hidden flaws and imperfections and think, yes, this person is worth the risk. The observation hit closer to home than Quinn was prepared for. She reached for her latte, needing something to do with her hands that didn't involve acknowledging how accurately Solen had identified her deepest creative and personal fears. Across the cafe, Diego Santos Rivera raised his phone slightly, the gesture subtle enough to maintain plausible deniability, but obvious enough that Quinn's anxiety spiked immediately. They were being photographed, documented, turned into content for public consumption. And here they were, having the kind of unexpectedly honest conversation that felt too genuine for performance. Solen must have noticed Quinn's sudden tension because she reached up, brushing a strand of hair away from Quinn's face, with the kind of casual intimacy that suggested they'd been touching each other for months rather than minutes. Relax, Solen murmured, her hand lingering against Quinn's cheek just long enough to feel deliberate. If we're going to get photographed anyway, might as well make sure it's a good picture. But the touch didn't feel calculated or performative. It felt like comfort, like reassurance, like someone who understood that being watched and documented was part of the price they paid for the careers they'd chosen, but that didn't mean they had to sacrifice every genuine moment to the machinery of public consumption. Quinn found herself leaning slightly into the contact before remembering where they were and why. Is this how you do it? She asked quietly. Make everything look so effortless? It's not about making it look effortless, Solen said, her hand dropping back to rest on the table between them. It's about finding moments of genuine connection, even when you know people are watching. The camera picks up on authenticity. If we're just performing for photographs, it'll show. And if we're actually getting to know each other, then maybe we'll luck into some real chemistry along the way. Quinn opened her notebook again, but instead of consulting her timeline, she found herself writing, Note, Solen's instincts for authentic connection might be more valuable than strategic planning. Possible script revision. Sometimes the best dialogue happens when you stop trying to control every word. She looked up to find Solen reading over her shoulder, not in an invasive way, but with the comfortable curiosity of someone who found Quinn's thought processes genuinely interesting. "Always writing," Solen observed with a smile. "I like that about you." Most people in this industry are so busy performing their creativity, they forget to actually create anything. Quinn closed the notebook and held Solen's gaze. "Ready to get out of here?" "I think we gave Diego enough material for at least 3 think pieces about authentic connection in the age of manufactured celebrity relationships."
Lead the way.
Solen said, sliding out of the booth with fluid grace. "But next time, I'm choosing the location. Somewhere with terrible lighting and uncomfortable seating, just to see if your organizational superpowers extend to restaurant selection." As they walked toward the exit, Quinn realized their first public test had succeeded beyond her calculated expectations. More surprisingly, she was already looking forward to the next one.
Chapter 6. First Read. The morning light streaming through Soundstage 7's industrial windows created geometric patterns across the concrete floor, transforming the cavernous space into something almost cathedral-like. Solen pushed through the heavy double doors, her vintage leather messenger bag bumping against her hip as she took in the controlled chaos of a production in motion. Lighting technicians adjusted towering rigs while camera operators rolled equipment into precise positions, their movements choreographed by years of experience. Her fingertips found the brass compass at her throat, the familiar weight grounding her as she navigated between thick cables snaking across the floor. She'd been on countless sets, but this one felt different, more charged with possibility and terror in equal measure. The script pages in her bag seemed to rustle with their own anxiety. "Solen!" Marcus's warm voice cut through the ambient noise of equipment and crew chatter. He approached with his characteristic unhurried stride, reading glasses dangling from their chain and a genuine smile creasing his weathered features. "How are you feeling about today?" "Like I'm about to perform brain surgery with oven mitts," she admitted, then immediately regretted the confession. "Professional confidence," she reminded herself. "Fake it until you feel it," Marcus chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "That sounds about right for a first table read. The good news is that everyone here wants you to succeed." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Well, almost everyone." Solen followed his gaze to where Quinn sat at the large conference table, surrounded by what appeared to be the contents of a small office supply store. Color-coded pens lay in perfect rows, beside multiple copies of the script, each bristling with carefully placed sticky notes. Her leather-bound notebook lay open, revealing dense handwriting that looked more like architectural blueprints than casual notes. Quinn's wire-rimmed glasses caught the overhead lights as she made another notation, her movements precise and economical. She wore a navy blazer over a crisp white shirt, her dark hair pulled back in that same low bun that Solen was beginning to recognize as armor rather than mere style choice. "She looks like she's plotting world domination," Solen murmured. "Quinn approaches every project like she's defusing a bomb," Marcus said, affection clear in his voice despite the words. "It's actually quite admirable once you get used to it." "She cares deeply about the work." Caring deeply, that Solen understood. The difference was that Quinn's caring seemed to involve spreadsheets and contingency plans, while Solen's more closely resembled free-falling and hoping for the best. As if sensing their attention, Quinn looked up from her notes. For a moment, their eyes met across the bustling soundstage, and Solen caught something unexpected in that sharp green gaze. Not the criticism she'd braced for, but what might have been curiosity, or possibly indigestion. With Quinn, it was hard to tell. Marcus guided her toward the table where other cast members were already gathering. The supporting actors chatted easily among themselves, scripts open, and coffee cups multiplying like rabbits. But Quinn remained in her organized bubble, occasionally glancing up as if cataloging each person's approach to preparation. Solen claimed the empty chair to Quinn's left, dropping her bag with perhaps more force than necessary. A few of Quinn's perfectly arranged pens rolled slightly out of alignment. "Sorry," Solen said, though she wasn't entirely. "I'm not great with spatial relationships before coffee." Quinn's lips quirked upward, barely perceptible, but definitely there. "I brought extra." She gestured toward a thermos that probably cost more than Solen's monthly coffee budget. "Fair warning, it's strong enough to wake the dead." "Perfect. I've been running on fumes and anxiety since 5 a.m. "Only since 5? Quinn poured coffee into a second cup she'd apparently brought for exactly this purpose. Amateur. The unexpected teasing caught Solen off guard. She'd prepared for intense professionalism, maybe some passive-aggressive comments about script adherence. She hadn't prepared for Quinn to be almost playful. Marcus settled into his director's chair, the kind with his name embroidered on the back in understated lettering. "All right, everyone, let's make some magic." His voice carried easily through the space, drawing conversations to a natural close. "Before we dive in, I want to say how excited I am about this project. Quinn has written something special, a story about finding unexpected connection in the most unlikely circumstances." Solen risked a glance at Quinn, who was studying her hands with unusual intensity. "We're going to take our time today," Marcus continued. "This is about discovery, not perfection. I want you to feel free to explore, to make mistakes, to surprise each other." His gaze swept the assembled cast. "And please, ask questions. The script is our map, but you're the ones bringing these characters to life." They began with the opening scene, a coffee shop meet-cute that Solen knew was supposed to be charming, but felt like navigating a linguistic minefield. The words seemed to shift and blur on the page, letters rearranging themselves with cruel creativity. She'd read through it a dozen times the night before, but under the weight of everyone's attention, the familiar anxiety crept up her spine like cold fingers. "Whenever you're ready," Marcus said gently. Solen took a breath and began, her character's voice emerging naturally, despite the text swimming before her eyes. But 3 lines in, she hit a wall. A particularly dense piece of dialogue that felt like trying to read through water. The words, "serendipitous convergence," might as well have been written in ancient Sumerian. "Sorry," she said, the heat of embarrassment creeping up her neck. "Can I just... give me a second?" The table fell silent, except for the distant hum of equipment and the scratch of Quinn's pen. But instead of impatience or judgment, Solen heard something else entirely. "What do you think Maya is really trying to say here?" Quinn's voice was thoughtful, clinical. "Because the words might be fancy, but the emotion underneath is simpler." Solen looked up from the script, meeting those sharp green eyes that now held something she couldn't quite identify. Not pity. Quinn didn't seem the type for pity. More like problem-solving. "She's trying not to admit she's interested," Solen said slowly. "Like she's hiding behind big words because the real feeling is scary." Quinn nodded, making a note that looked suspiciously like approval. "Exactly. So what if instead of focusing on the specific phrasing, you let Maya be someone who gets tongue-tied when she's attracted to someone?" It wasn't exactly what the script said, but it was what the script meant. Solen felt something ease in her chest as she tried the line again, this time with Maya's nervousness rather than her own. "Better?" she asked. "Much." Quinn's smile was small, but unmistakably genuine. The character just became real. They continued through the scene, and something unexpected began to happen. Where Solen struggled with complex phrasing, Quinn would ask a character question that unlocked the emotional truth beneath the words. Where Quinn had written dialogue that felt stilted when spoken aloud, Solen would suggest a rhythm that made it flow naturally. It felt like the best kind of collaboration. Two different skill sets, creating something neither could achieve alone. During the 15-minute break, most of the cast and crew migrated toward the craft services table, leaving Quinn and Solen alone at the table scattered with scripts and coffee cups. The soundstage felt different with fewer people, more intimate, like a secret shared between friends.
"Thank you," Solen said quietly, "for the character questions.
You could have just let me struggle." Quinn was reorganizing her pens with unnecessary precision. You weren't struggling with the character. You were struggling with my tendency to use $5 words when 50-cent ones would do the job better.
Still. Solen turned in her chair to face Quinn more directly.
You made it easier without making it obvious. That was kind.
Quinn's hands stilled on her color-coded arsenal of writing implements.
I suppose I should thank you too.
For what?
For making my dialogue sound like actual human beings might say it. Quinn's laugh held a note of self-deprecation. I spent so much time making sure every word was perfect that I forgot people need to actually speak them. Solen studied Quinn's profile, the sharp line of her jaw, the way she worried her bottom lip when thinking. There was something almost vulnerable about her in this moment, guard lowered just enough to let real uncertainty show through.
"Can I ask you something?" Solen said. Quinn's posture straightened slightly, but she nodded.
When you were writing Maya and Zoe's story about opposites finding balance, were you writing about anyone specific? The question seemed to catch Quinn off guard. She was quiet for a long moment, her fingers absently tracing the edge of her notebook.
"I was writing about the kind of person I thought I could never understand," Quinn said finally.
Someone spontaneous and intuitive and comfortable with uncertainty. Everything I'm not.
"And now?" Quinn turned to meet Solen's gaze directly.
Now I'm starting to think maybe incompatible is different from impossible. The air between them felt charged with something Solen couldn't quite name. It was more than professional respect, deeper than casual friendliness. It felt like recognition. Two people seeing something in each other they hadn't expected to find.
Places, everyone!
Marcus's voice broke the moment, and the cast began filtering back to the table. But as they settled back into their chairs, Solen noticed Quinn had moved slightly closer, their scripts now overlapping at the edges. They finished the table read with a momentum that surprised everyone. Quinn's writing came alive through Solen's instinctive emotional intelligence, while Solen's performance gained precision through Quinn's understanding of character motivation. By the final scene, they were practically finishing each other's thoughts, or at least, finishing each other's dialogue.
"Beautiful work, both of you," Marcus said as they wrapped.
That's exactly the kind of chemistry this story needs.
As the cast and crew began packing up their materials, Solen found herself reluctant to leave.
The artificial lights and industrial space had somehow become intimate, a place where two very different approaches to creativity had found common ground.
Quinn was methodically returning items to their proper places in her bag,
but her movements lacked their usual urgency. She seemed equally reluctant to break whatever spell the afternoon had cast.
"Same time tomorrow?"
Solen asked, though she already knew the answer.
"Same time tomorrow," Quinn confirmed.
She hesitated, then added, "Would you like to grab dinner?" To discuss character development, she clarified quickly, as if afraid the invitation might be misinterpreted.
Solen's smile was probably brighter than the situation warranted.
"I'd like that. Fair warning, though. My approach to dinner conversation is about as structured as my approach to everything else."
"Somehow," Quinn said, slinging her perfectly organized bag over her shoulder,
"I'm starting to think that might be exactly what I need."
As they walked toward the soundstage exit together, their footsteps echoing in the now quiet space, Solen realized that the compass at her throat hadn't left her fingers once during the entire table read. For the first time in longer than she cared to admit, she felt like she might actually be heading in the right direction.
Chapter 7. The Art of Fake It Till You Make It. The sleek glass walls of Iris Delacroix's office reflected Quinn's rigid posture back at her from 3 different angles, none of them flattering. She sat perched on the edge of a modernist chair that probably cost more than her monthly rent, watching Carmen Luna Rodriguez adjust professional lighting equipment around a minimalist white backdrop that screamed magazine spread. The whole setup felt like preparation for surgery rather than media training. "This is going to be painless," Iris said, though her shark-like smile suggested otherwise. "Think of it as acting class meets corporate presentation." Solen fidgeted with her vintage compass necklace, the brass catching the studio lights as she shifted in her chair. Unlike Quinn's death grip on her leather notebook, Solen appeared almost relaxed, if you ignored the way her foot bounced against the chair leg in a nervous rhythm. "Right, painless," Solen muttered, "like a root canal." Carmen looked up from her camera settings, dark eyes amused. "Trust me, I photographed actual root canals for a dental magazine. This is definitely more fun." Quinn's pen hovered over a fresh page in her notebook, ready to document whatever systematic approach would get them through this with minimal emotional carnage. She'd researched media training techniques until 2 a.m, cross-referencing celebrity couple interviews for successful body language patterns. Knowledge meant control, and control meant survival. "Let's start with the basics," Iris announced, settling behind her desk with the air of a general preparing for battle. "Relationship timeline. Quinn, how did you 2 meet?" The rehearsed answer rolled off Quinn's tongue with mechanical precision. "We met through our mutual interest in the project." Solen's approach to character development immediately impressed me with its— "Stop," Iris held up a manicured hand. "You sound like you're defending a thesis. Try again, but this time pretend you have actual human emotions." Heat crept up Quinn's neck. She cleared her throat, gripping her pen tighter. "We met when she was cast in my screenplay. I was struck by her beautiful eyes," Solen interrupted smoothly, shooting Quinn a sideways glance. "The way they light up when she talks about storytelling. You should see her at work. It's like watching someone solve the most elegant puzzle." The words flowed naturally from Solen's lips, painted with just the right amount of affection and specific detail. Quinn stared at her, momentarily forgetting they were supposed to be performing. "Perfect," Iris said, making notes. "Solen reads as authentic. Quinn reads as a very nervous robot. Solen, your turn. What attracted you to Quinn?" "Her intensity," Solen said without hesitation. "Most people see the organization and think she's cold, but there's this fire underneath. She writes love like someone who understands it completely, but won't let herself have it." Quinn's pen slipped across the page, leaving an uncharacteristic slash of ink. Where had that come from? More importantly, why did it sound so accurate? "Excellent. Quinn, same question about Solen." Quinn's mind went completely blank. She looked at Solen, really looked, taking in the way afternoon light caught the auburn in her hair, how her hands moved expressively even when she wasn't talking, the small scar above her left eyebrow that suggested stories Quinn didn't know yet. Quinn faltered, then caught herself. "She makes everything more interesting. Even when she's completely changing my dialogue." Solen grinned. "See? Fire underneath." Carmen snapped a candid shot of them looking at each other, the camera's click barely audible. "Keep that energy. Now let's try some test shots for the magazine features." 2. The backdrop loomed like a challenge as they positioned themselves in front of it. Carmen's instructions sounded simple enough. Look comfortable with casual intimacy. but Quinn's shoulders immediately locked into their defensive position the moment Solen's arms settled around her waist. "Breathe, Quinn," Carmen coached gently. "You're supposed to be in love, not having a dental procedure." "Maybe I should try the root canal instead," Quinn muttered, making Solen laugh, a genuine surprised sound that made Quinn's stomach do something complicated. "Better," Carmen said, snapping away. "Solen, pull her a little closer. Quinn, try not to look like you're being held hostage." Solen's hand was warm against Quinn's lower back, her touch light but steady. Quinn could smell her perfume, something citrusy and green that reminded her of summer gardens, and found herself leaning slightly into the contact before catching herself. "Now look at each other like you're sharing a secret," Carmen directed. Solen turned toward Quinn, her brown eyes dancing with something that might have been mischief. "What's the most rebellious thing you've ever done?" The question caught Quinn off guard. "That's not... We're supposed to be posing." "I am posing. Answer the question." Quinn hesitated, hyper-aware of Carmen's camera capturing every micro-expression. "I once turned in a screenplay 3 hours before deadline, instead of 3 days early." Solen's smile widened. "Scandalous. I'm surprised the industry hasn't blacklisted you." "What about you?" "I may have convinced a foster family's neighbor that I was actually British for an entire summer, complete with accent and fake backstory about my parents being archaeologists." Quinn found herself genuinely curious despite their artificial circumstances. Why British? Seemed more interesting than the truth. Plus, they kept giving me tea and biscuits. Carmen lowered her camera, grinning. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. That looked completely natural." Because it felt natural, Quinn realized with growing unease. Which was exactly the problem. Iris stepped into the frame, studying them with the calculating gaze of someone who moved pieces on a very expensive chessboard. "We need to address the physical contact issue. Industry insiders specialize in spotting fake relationships. And right now, Quinn's body language screams professional associate rather than romantic partner." "I'm not good at performing emotions I don't feel," Quinn admitted, her honesty surprising everyone, including herself. Solen's expression softened. "Maybe that's because you're thinking of it as performing. What if we just got to know each other better? As friends." The suggestion was reasonable, logical even. Quinn felt a jolt of recognition. Solen was right. The careful facade they were building for the cameras was starting to feel less like a costume and more like a second skin, fueled by genuine curiosity and connection. But her chest tightened at the idea of deliberately lowering her carefully maintained walls even further. Friendship meant vulnerability, and vulnerability meant the possibility of disappointment. Still, their current approach was clearly failing. "Strategic relationship building," Quinn said, as if labeling it would make it safer. "Sure," Solen agreed easily. "Strategic." Iris resumed firing questions at them. Hypothetical scenarios about red carpet interviews, tabloid speculation, invasive personal questions. Quinn tried to relax, to channel the easy warmth she'd glimpsed between them moments earlier, but every question reminded her how much of herself she'd have to reveal to make this work. "Let's try a mock interview," Iris announced, switching into entertainment journalist mode. "Diego Santos Rivera from Entertainment Weekly. Quinn, Solen, you've both been quite private about your personal lives. What made you decide to go public with this relationship?" Quinn started with another rehearsed response about finding the right person at the right time, but the words died in her throat when she saw Solen's encouraging nod. Something about the actress's genuine attention made Quinn want to try harder. "We couldn't hide it," Quinn said instead, surprising herself with the emotional honesty in her voice. "When something real happens, it shows." Solen reached over and gently squeezed Quinn's hand. The contact was brief, casual, but it sent warmth shooting up Quinn's arm. Plus, Quinn's terrible at pretending she doesn't feel things. I am not terrible at... Quinn stopped, realizing the protest proved Solen's point. Okay, maybe I'm terrible at pretending. Carmen captured the moment, Quinn's indignant expression melting into reluctant amusement, Solen's delighted laughter, their hands still loosely connected. When she showed them the image on her camera display, Quinn stared at it in fascination. They looked like a couple who actually enjoyed each other's company. That, Iris said with satisfaction, is what we're aiming for. During their break, Quinn retreated to her notebook, trying to analyze what had worked and what hadn't. Her systematic approach demanded documentation, patterns, replicable results. But every time she tried to reduce their successful moments to bullet points, something essential slipped through her analytical framework. Solen appeared beside her with 2 cups of coffee from Iris's espresso machine. Quinn's prepared exactly how she liked it, which meant Solen had been paying attention during their dinner conversation. Hard to capture in notes, Solen asked, settling into the chair beside her. I'm trying to identify the variables that led to authentic appearing chemistry, Quinn said, then winced at how clinical that sounded. Maybe the authentic part is the problem with your approach. Quinn looked up from her notebook. Meaning? You're trying to manufacture genuine moments, but the moments that worked happened when we forgot we were supposed to be performing. The observation was annoyingly perceptive. Quinn had built her entire career on the premise that emotion could be structured, controlled, crafted with the same precision as a well-plotted screenplay. The idea that authenticity might require surrendering that control felt dangerous. I calculated our success rate based on this session, Quinn said, tapping her pen against the page. At our current performance level, we have approximately a 30% chance of convincing industry insiders at the upcoming events. Solen was quiet for a long moment, studying Quinn with an expression that felt uncomfortably penetrating. What if we spent some time together outside of official training? Not practicing being fake girlfriends, just getting to know each other as real people. That's not part of the agreed parameters. Quinn? Solen's voice was gentle but firm. We can't build fake intimacy on top of being strangers. If you want this to work, we need some kind of actual foundation. The logic was sound, even if the implications terrified Quinn. She looked at her notebook, filled with charts and timelines and strategic objectives, none of which addressed the fundamental problem. You couldn't fake genuine connection without having some genuine connection to fake. Iris returned before Quinn could formulate a response, her expression suggesting the break was over and their performance scores still needed improvement. Round 2, Iris announced. This time, we're working on casual physical affection. Hand-holding, brief touches, the kind of unconscious contact that suggests comfortable intimacy. Quinn's instinctual response was to stiffen, but Solen's earlier words echoed in her mind. Maybe the resistance itself was the problem. Maybe authenticity required stepping outside her comfort zone instead of trying to control her way through it. When Solen offered her hand, Quinn took it instead of pulling away. Solen's fingers were warm, her grip confident but not demanding. They practiced simple gestures, Solen adjusting a strand of Quinn's hair that had escaped her careful bun, Quinn brushing an imaginary piece of lint from Solen's shoulder. The kind of casual attentiveness that couples developed over time. Much better, Carmen observed, capturing their improved chemistry. You're starting to look like you actually like each other. Shocking development, Solen said dryly, making Quinn smile despite herself. As the session wound down, Iris scheduled additional coaching appointments for the following week, noting areas that still needed work. Quinn's tendency to overthink mid-gesture. Solen's occasional overcompensation when Quinn withdrew. The feedback was detailed and constructive, but Quinn couldn't shake the feeling that all their technical improvements were missing something fundamental. I think, Quinn said as they gathered their belongings, we should have dinner tonight. Both Solen and Iris looked at her in surprise. For strategic relationship building, Quinn added quickly, then forced herself to be more honest.
to work on creating the authentic foundation you mentioned. If we're going to convince anyone we're capable of genuine feelings, we should probably know basic facts about each other beyond our professional achievements.
Solen's smile was soft and genuinely pleased. Strategic relationship building. I like it. Quinn closed her notebook with more force than necessary, decisions crystallizing in her mind despite her better judgment. The analytical part of her brain recognized this as a calculated risk, trading some emotional safety for improved performance outcomes. But standing there in Iris's perfectly appointed office, watching Solen's face light up at the invitation, Quinn suspected her motivations were more complicated than simple strategy. Which was, she reflected as they made plans for dinner, exactly what she'd been afraid of.
Chapter 8. Finding the Real. The Thai food containers balanced precariously in Solen's arms as she climbed the stairs to Quinn's apartment, the wine bottle tucked under her elbow threatening to slip with each step. She'd spent 20 minutes at the restaurant, debating between pad thai and massaman curry before ordering both, along with spring rolls and mango sticky rice, because apparently her strategy for building authentic friendship involved carbohydrate overload. Quinn opened the door before Solen could knock, her hair loose around her shoulders instead of its usual precise bun. The casual ponytail made her look younger, less armored somehow. "You brought half the menu." Quinn stepped aside to let her enter, eyeing the collection of takeout containers with barely concealed amusement. "I panic ordered." Solen hefted the bags toward Quinn's pristine dining table, its polished surface reflecting the overhead light like something from a furniture showroom. "Also, I've never seen you eat anything besides those protein bars you demolished during script sessions, so I figured we should start with basics." The apartment felt distinctly Quinn-like. Minimalist furniture arranged at precise angles, books organized by height rather than author. Not a single item out of place. Solen set the containers down carefully, half convinced she was desecrating some kind of shrine to order. "I'm sorry about the informal setup." Quinn retrieved plates from a cabinet, her movements efficient but slightly uncertain. "I don't really entertain. Usually if someone comes over, it's for work, and we order sandwiches and eat standing up while discussing revisions." "This is perfect." Solen uncorked the wine with practiced ease, pouring generous glasses while Quinn arranged the containers with mathematical precision. Besides, real conversations happen over comfort food. You can't tell someone your deepest secrets while some waiter hovers, asking if you need fresh pepper. Quinn paused in her container arranging, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "Is that what we're doing tonight? Deepest secrets, whatever feels right." Solen settled into her chair, watching Quinn's shoulders relax incrementally as the familiar scents of lemongrass and basil filled the space. "Though, if we're going to convince everyone we're falling for each other, we should probably know more than each other's coffee orders and professional neuroses." They ate in comfortable silence for several minutes, Quinn's initial stiffness gradually melting as she discovered the green curry's perfect balance of heat and coconut sweetness. Solen found herself cataloging these small moments. The way Quinn's analytical expression softened when she tasted something genuinely good. How her fingers drummed silent rhythms against her wine glass. "Tell me about your family," Solen ventured, twirling pad thai around her fork. "The real version, not whatever sanitized biography Iris has prepared for interviews." Quinn's fork froze halfway to her mouth. She set it down carefully, reaching for her wine instead. "My mother lives in Portland. She's an art therapist when she's stable. Bipolar disorder. The manic episodes were actually easier than the depressions, because at least during those, she'd paint these incredible murals on my bedroom walls. Or decide we needed to reorganize the entire house according to color theory.
Solen remained quiet, sensing the weight of years behind Quinn's measured words. During the low periods, she couldn't get out of bed for weeks. I learned to read the signs early. How she'd stop returning phone calls, forget to buy groceries, leave bills stacked unopened on the kitchen counter. Quinn's fingers traced the stem of her wine glass with unconscious precision. I started color-coding my school supplies in 3rd grade. If everything in my backpack had a designated place and purpose, at least one part of my world made sense. How old were you when your dad left? 12. The word came out flat, matter of fact. He said he couldn't handle the chaos anymore. That some people weren't built for that kind of uncertainty. Quinn's laugh held no humor. I became obsessed with detailed schedules after that. If I could predict and plan for every possibility, maybe I could keep the people I loved from disappearing. Solen reached across the table, covering Quinn's restless fingers with her own. The contact was warm, grounding. But you can't control other people's choices. Trust me, I learned that lesson the hard way. Foster care, Quinn said quietly. It wasn't a question. 11 different homes, between ages 7 and 18. Solen didn't pull her hand away, drawing strength from Quinn's steady presence. You learn to read people fast in that system. Figure out what they want to see, what version of yourself keeps you fed and housed for another few months. Sweet and grateful for the religious families, tough and independent for the ones who treated you like cheap labor, invisible for the ones who just wanted the monthly check. Quinn turned her hand palm up, their fingers interlacing naturally. That must have made acting feel familiar. Too familiar, sometimes. Solen's thumb brushed across Quinn's knuckles. It's why I struggle with scripts that feel artificial. When you've spent your whole childhood performing survival, you develop pretty sensitive radar for bullshit. What about your birth parents? Solen's free hand moved unconsciously to the compass necklace resting against her collarbone. Car accident when I was 6. I barely remember them, just fragments. My mom singing off-key while she cooked breakfast. My dad reading the same books over and over because I'd gotten attached to specific bedtime stories. The compass was hers? The only thing that survived the accident, intact. Solen's fingers worried the worn brass surface. Sounds stupid, but I've always imagined it would help me find my way back to something real. Some kind of true north. They moved to the couch after dinner, Quinn's body language more relaxed than Solen had ever witnessed. Without her analytical mask fully in place, Quinn looked genuinely curious rather than simply studying human behavior for professional purposes. Can I ask you something personal? Quinn tucked her legs underneath her, wine making her bold. You're gorgeous, charming, and talented. Why aren't you constantly dating? Solen nearly choked on her wine. That's your idea of a subtle transition? I'm serious. In all the research I did before we started this project, there were barely any relationship rumors. For someone in your position, that's almost suspicious. Maybe because every relationship I've had for the past 5 years ended the same way. Solen stared into her wine glass, watching the liquid catch the lamplight. They all said I was too intense, exhausting to love, that I psychoanalyze every conversation and turn simple moments into complicated emotional archaeology. Quinn blinked in surprise. Those are almost the exact words people have used about me. Really? My calling. 6 months. That's apparently my expiration date. Right around the time they realize I'm not going to suddenly become spontaneous and easygoing.
Quinn's voice carried years of rejection disguised as self-acceptance. I had one ex tell me that dating me felt like being constantly evaluated for a performance review.
God, that's awful.
Solen shifted closer on the couch, drawn by Quinn's vulnerability. For what it's worth, I find your intensity fascinating. Watching your mind work is like seeing someone totally passionate about understanding how everything fits together. It's not exhausting, it's electric.
Quinn stared at her, something shifting behind her green eyes.
You say things like that so easily.
Because they're true.
But how do you know what's true? How do you trust your instincts when people can just leave? Todd. Solen considered the question seriously, recognizing the fear underneath Quinn's analytical exterior. I guess I decided that being alone because I was authentically myself was better than being alone because I was performing someone else's idea of lovable. I became a screenwriter because I could control every word my characters said, Quinn admitted quietly. In my scripts, people never abandon each other for being too complicated. They work through problems instead of just disappearing when things get difficult. But that's the thing about improvisation, Solen said, her voice growing animated. When you let go of the script, people surprise you. Sometimes they're more beautiful and complex than anything you could have written. Quinn was quiet for a long moment, her analytical mind clearly working through the implications. What if they surprise you in terrible ways? Then at least you know the truth, and you can choose what to do with it. The conversation continued as the wine bottle emptied and the city lights twinkled beyond Quinn's windows. They talked about everything and nothing. Quinn's secret addiction to terrible reality television, Solen's habit of reading poetry in bookstore aisles, their shared terror of networking events, and mutual admiration for directors who remembered their crew members' names. Somewhere around midnight, Solen realized Quinn hadn't checked her phone or reached for her notebook once in 4 hours. She was completely present, engaged in the kind of moment-to-moment discovery that terrified and thrilled her in equal measure. I should probably head home, Solen murmured, though she made no move to leave the comfortable nest they'd created on Quinn's couch. Probably, Quinn agreed, her voice already thick with exhaustion and wine-induced honesty, but neither of them moved. The vulnerability of the evening had created its own gravity, keeping them anchored in the soft lamplight and shared confessions. Solen's head found its way to Quinn's shoulder, fitting there with surprising naturalness, while Quinn's hand settled unconsciously in Solen's hair. This isn't for the cameras, Quinn whispered half to herself. No, Solen agreed, her breathing already evening out into sleep. This is just for us. For once, Quinn didn't analyze or question or plan the next strategic move. She simply closed her eyes and let herself exist in this unscripted moment. Solen's warmth pressed against her side. Both of them, finally too tired to perform anything but honest connection. When morning light filtered through Quinn's precisely hung curtains, they would have to return to the careful choreography of their public relationship. But for now, tangled together on the couch, like teenagers who'd stayed up too late sharing secrets, they allowed themselves the luxury of being genuinely, imperfectly real.
Chapter 9. Under the Lights.
The 3 dresses laid across Quinn's bed looked like evidence of a crime she couldn't solve. Each hung perfectly pressed on its respective hanger, a midnight blue sheath that screamed, "Safe choice," a burgundy number with dangerous cutouts that whispered, "Completely out of character," and a forest green wrap dress that fell somewhere between professional and
Please don't let me trip on live television. Quinn's phone buzzed for the 14th time in 10 minutes. Social media notifications, reminders from Iris, a text from her mother asking if she'd remembered to eat lunch. Nothing from Solen, who should have arrived 20 minutes ago for their coordinated prep session. The Golden Horizon Theater premiere started in exactly 97 minutes. Quinn's internal timeline, color-coded and cross-referenced with traffic patterns, had already shifted from green to yellow to a concerning shade of orange that made her palms sweat. She picked up the forest green dress, held it against her body in the full-length mirror, and immediately put it back down. The burgundy felt too bold, too much like someone else entirely. The midnight blue looked like what Quinn Virelle would wear, which was either perfect or completely missing the point. A knock at her apartment door sent relief flooding through her chest. Finally. I know, I'm late, and you probably have a color-coordinated schedule that I've completely destroyed. Solen burst through the doorway, carrying what appeared to be half a boutique's worth of garment bags. My stylist had a family emergency, but I raided 3 different closets and brought backup options that'll work with whatever you choose. She paused in Quinn's living room, taking in the precisely arranged space with its clean lines and carefully curated book collection. This is so beautifully you. Like if organization and good taste had a baby. Did you just compliment my apartment's reproductive potential? I'm nervous and saying weird things. Also, you look stunning already. Solen gestured at Quinn's perfectly applied base makeup and half-finished hair. Are we doing romantic glamour or power couple chic tonight? Quinn found herself smiling despite the ticking clock in her head. I have 3 options that span the complete range from please ignore me to someone call security. Show me everything. 20 minutes later, Quinn stood in her bathroom wearing the forest green dress while Solen worked on her eyeliner with surgeon-like precision. The close proximity required Quinn to grip the marble countertop as Solen's fingers steadied against her cheek. Warm and gentle and entirely too distracting. Stop thinking so hard, Solen murmured, her breath soft against Quinn's temple. I can literally feel your brain spinning from here. I'm calculating optimal photo angles and mentally reviewing talking points about our relationship timeline. Standard pre-event preparation. And what does your preparation say about the part where I put my hand on your lower back during photos? Quinn's breath caught as Solen's thumb traced along her jawline, ostensibly checking the eyeliner's placement. That it's an excellent way to demonstrate comfortable physical intimacy without appearing overly sexual for family-friendly media coverage. Right. Completely strategic. Solen capped the eyeliner and stepped back to examine her work. Your turn to fix my hair situation. I may have stress-touched it during the drive over. Switching places felt like an intricate dance in the small space. Quinn gathered Solen's auburn waves, working her fingers through the soft strands to restore their styled shape. In the mirror, she watched Solen's eyes drift closed at the gentle touch, her shoulders relaxing in a way that made Quinn's chest tighten. Much better, Quinn said quietly, though her hands lingered at the base of Solen's neck longer than necessary. Thank you. Solen's eyes opened, meeting Quinn's in the mirror reflection. For all of this. I know having your timeline disrupted probably makes you want to reorganize something alphabetically. I reorganized my spice rack this morning, actually. Feeling much better. The laugh that bubbled up from Solen was genuine and infectious, transforming her face in a way that made Quinn's carefully planned composure flutter dangerously. The black car Iris had arranged felt smaller than anticipated. Quinn sat with her back perfectly straight, reviewing her mental checklist while trying not to notice how Solen's dress had ridden up slightly, exposing a stretch of thigh that the car's leather seat seemed designed to highlight. Okay, if they ask about our first kiss, Solen said, practicing breathing exercises that made her collarbones rise and fall in Quinn's peripheral vision. We stick with the story about the late-night script session, right? That's the agreed-upon narrative. Romantic, but professional. Spontaneous, but not inappropriate. Workplace behavior. Quinn checked her phone for the 7th time. Traffic is optimal. We should arrive within our target window. And if someone asks what you love most about me, ta. Quinn glanced up from her phone, meeting Solen's eyes directly for the first time since getting in the car. The question hung between them, loaded with implications that extended far beyond their rehearsed talking points. Your creative instincts, Quinn said, the prepared answer feeling strange on her tongue. The way you bring unexpected depth to every scene. Solen's smile was soft and unreadable. That's a good answer. It's an honest answer. The Golden Horizon Theater rose before them like something from old Hollywood dreams, all Art Deco glamour and sweeping curves. Photographers lined the red carpet 3 deep, their camera flashes creating a constant strobe effect that turned the evening into something surreal and overwhelming. Quinn's analytical mind immediately began cataloging details: camera positions, interview stations, the strategic placement of step-and-repeat backdrops. But when Solen's hand slipped into hers as they stepped from the car, warm and steady and real, everything else faded to manageable background noise. Ready? Solen's thumb traced across Quinn's knuckles. Ready. Last. Just the first few photo stops felt like underwater choreography. Quinn's careful posture adjustments, Solen's practiced angles, both of them finding their rhythm under the blazing lights. But somewhere around the 3rd backdrop, something shifted. Solen's whispered comment about how stunning Quinn looked wasn't delivered to the photographers. It was meant for Quinn alone, soft against her ear in a way that sent warmth spreading through her chest. That's perfect, ladies! Now give us something more intimate. Quinn felt Solen's hand settle at her lower back, precisely where they'd discussed. But the gentle pressure, the way Solen's fingers spread against the silk fabric, felt nothing like their practiced positioning sessions. You're doing amazing, Solen murmured, her smile bright for the cameras, but her words meant only for Quinn. Look at you, completely owning this. The encouragement steadied Quinn's racing pulse in a way no breathing exercise ever had. When fans called Solen's name from behind the barriers, Quinn felt the slight tension that ran through Solen's frame and instinctively stepped closer, offering silent support that Solen accepted with a grateful glance. Quinn! Solen! Over here! Diego Santos Rivera approached them with his recording equipment and that professional smile that had grace-noted a dozen entertainment shows. Mind if we chat for a few minutes? Of course, Solen said. And Quinn watched her face transform as she shifted into interview mode. Still genuine, but polished in a way that reminded Quinn that Solen was, above all else, a tremendously skilled performer. So tell me, how did you two actually meet? I know it was through this project, but what was that first moment like? Solen launched into their prepared story about the script read-through, her voice warm with manufactured nostalgia. But when she described Quinn's passion for the material, something authentic crept into her tone that made Quinn's breath catch. Quinn. Diego turned to her with practiced ease. What would you say you love most about Solen? The prepared answer sat ready on Quinn's tongue. Creative instincts, unexpected depth, safe, professional, completely true in a limited way. She sees possibilities I never considered, Quinn heard herself saying instead. I write these carefully structured scenes, and Solen finds the spaces between the words where real life happens. She makes everything more honest. Solen's eyes widened slightly, a flush rising across her cheeks that had nothing to do with the camera lights. The answer had surprised them both. Not because it was untrue, but because it was more honest than their situation was supposed to require. That's beautiful, Diego said, and Quinn could tell he meant it. And Solen, how does it feel being with someone who appreciates your creative process? Like coming home, Solen said simply, her eyes still on Quinn.
like finding someone who understands that love and art both require risk.
The photographer materialized beside them before Quinn could fully process the implications of Solen's words. Carmen, Quinn remembered from their prep materials, known for capturing authentic moments rather than posed perfection. Ladies, can you give me the look? You know, like you're completely in love? Quinn's analytical mind cataloged the absurdity of it, being asked to perform love under blazing lights while hundreds of people watched. But when she turned to meet Solen's gaze, the absurdity dissolved into something much more dangerous. Solen's expression held none of the polished performance Quinn had expected. Instead, there was something vulnerable and questioning, as if she was seeing Quinn clearly for the first time. Her eyes, warm brown under the lights, seemed to be asking a question Quinn wasn't sure she was ready to answer. The camera clicks faded into background noise. Quinn felt her breath catch as Solen's thumb traced across her hand, a gesture too small for the photographers to capture, but intimate enough to make Quinn's carefully maintained composure crack around the edges. "Perfect," Carmen called, but Quinn barely heard her, because Solen was looking at her like Quinn was the only person in a crowd of hundreds. And the terrifying part was how natural it felt to look back the same way. They finished the red carpet circuit in a haze of practiced smiles and coordinated movements, but Quinn's attention kept drifting to the way Solen's hand felt in hers, the way their rhythm had evolved beyond anything they'd rehearsed. In the theater lobby, Quinn caught fragments of conversation from industry executives. Natural chemistry. Couldn't have cast it better. Look at those engagement metrics already. Her phone buzzed with notifications, their photos trending on 3 different platforms, fan accounts analyzing their body language, entertainment blogs speculating about wedding timelines. Quinn found a relatively quiet corner near the theater bar and pulled out her leather notebook, the familiar weight grounding her racing thoughts. "Note," she wrote carefully. "When Solen looks at me like that, I forget we're performing. This should terrify me, but instead it feels like the most honest moment I've had in years. Need to analyze why authenticity feels more frightening than any amount of pretense." She paused, pen hovering over the page, then added, "Also note, 6 weeks ago, I thought love was just excellent character development. Beginning to suspect I may have fundamentally misunderstood the assignment."
Chapter 10.
Morning after. Sunlight filtered through unfamiliar blinds, casting geometric patterns across cream-colored walls that definitely weren't Solen's. She blinked awake in Quinn's guest room, momentarily disoriented by the pristine surroundings. Matching nightstand, carefully arranged throw pillows, not a single item out of place. Even Quinn's guest space felt curated. Her phone buzzed insistently from the nightstand. Then again. And again. What the hell? She grabbed the device, squinting at the screen. 17 missed calls. 43 text messages. Her Instagram notifications had maxed out at 99 plus. The first text from her agent made her sit up straighter. "Holy shit, Solen. You two are everywhere. Call me." She scrolled through message after message. Friends, colleagues, her old foster sister in Portland, even her barista from that coffee shop in Silver Lake. Everyone had seen something. Her thumb hesitated over a notification from Tasha before swiping it away without reading. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and she could hear the rhythmic clicking of laptop keys from somewhere deeper in the apartment. Quinn, probably already caffeinated and analyzing their overnight success with the same methodical precision she applied to script revisions. Solen pulled on the borrowed pajamas Quinn had left folded on the dresser. Soft cotton pants and a faded Northwestern University t-shirt that smelled faintly of lavender detergent. The domestic intimacy of wearing Quinn's clothes felt more vulnerable than any of their public displays had. She found Quinn at the kitchen table, laptop open beside a steaming mug, wire-rimmed glasses perched on her nose,
as she scrolled through what appeared to be an endless spreadsheet of media mentions. Her dark hair was twisted into its usual precise bun, but she was still in her own pajamas, navy pants and a white tank top that revealed surprisingly toned shoulders.
Good morning, sunshine. Quinn glanced up without lifting her head. Coffee's fresh. Mugs are in the cabinet above the machine. You've been awake long enough to make coffee and create a spreadsheet about last night? Solen padded toward the kitchen, noting how Quinn's analytical brain had apparently kicked into overdrive. What time did you get up? Quote,
6:30. Same as always.
Quinn's fingers never paused their typing. Entertainment Tonight posted a 12-photo gallery of us. Variety called our chemistry surprisingly authentic. Oh, and we're trending on Twitter under the hashtag Quinn and Solen. Someone smushed our names together into Quillin, which sounds like a prescription medication. Solen poured coffee into a mug shaped like a tiny typewriter, unexpectedly whimsical for Quinn's usually minimalist aesthetic. You've cataloged every mention already? Most of them. There are more being posted every few minutes. Quinn finally looked up, and something flickered across her expression when she saw Solen in her clothes. Your phone must be exploding.
Understatement of the year.
Solen settled into the chair across from her, cradling the warm mug. My agent used the phrase, "holy shit," in a text message, which is basically equivalent to him taking out a full-page ad in The Hollywood Reporter. Quinn turned her laptop screen toward Solen, revealing a photo gallery from the red carpet. There they were, Quinn's hand resting naturally on Solen's lower back, both of them laughing at something just outside the frame. Solen's fingers traced along Quinn's jawline in another shot, the gesture looking intimate rather than performed. We photograph well together, Quinn said carefully. We do. Solen studied the images, remembering how Quinn's genuine surprise had made her want to lean closer, to protect whatever vulnerable thing she'd glimpsed behind those sharp green eyes. Look at this one. She pointed to a photo taken during their Entertainment Weekly interview. Quinn was listening intently as Solen answered a question, her expression unguarded in a way that made Solen's chest tighten, with something that felt decidedly unscripted. I look like I'm... Quinn stopped herself. Like you're what? Nothing. Just analyzing our performance. But Quinn's cheeks flushed pink in a way that suggested her analysis had ventured into dangerous territory. Solen scrolled through the comments beneath the photos, her eyebrows rising. Relationship goals. The way Quinn looks at her, though. Finally, two women who actually seem to like each other. Someone here thinks you're obviously smitten, and I'm playing hard to get. The internet has opinions about everything. Quinn retrieved her laptop, but not before Solen caught her reading over her shoulder, standing close enough that Solen could smell her shampoo. Something clean and understated, probably from the expensive organic store down the street. They're not wrong, though. The words slipped out before Solen could stop them. Quinn stilled. About what? You did look smitten. At least, that's what the cameras caught. Solen kept her tone light, but she was watching Quinn's reaction carefully. Your face is apparently very expressive when you're not trying to control it. I don't. Quinn sat back down, wrapping her hands around her mug like it might anchor her. I'm not used to performing intimacy. My relationships have always been private affairs. Last night didn't feel like performing. Solen touched her compass necklace, the familiar weight of it grounding her as she ventured into honesty. At least, not all of it. The admission hung between them, loaded with implications neither seemed ready to fully examine. Quinn's phone rang, breaking the tension. Iris. Quinn answered immediately. Good morning to you, too. Even from across the table, Solen could hear Iris's excited voice rattling off numbers and opportunities. Quinn grabbed a notebook, because of course she had a notebook specifically for phone conversations, and started taking notes.
3 interview requests, photo spread for Vanity Fair. Yes, we can discuss exclusive access. Quinn's pen moved across the page in neat, efficient lines. Wait, slow down. Carmen wants what kind of shoot? Solen watched Quinn field the call with professional competence, but she noticed the small things. How Quinn's free hand fidgeted with her glasses. How she glanced toward Solen every few seconds, as if checking that she was still there.
"We'll call you back in an hour," Quinn finally said. "Solen just woke up, and we need to discuss logistics." She hung up and immediately looked apologetic. "I should have asked if you were okay with me including you in that conversation. This is all new territory for me."
What did Iris want?
"Everything." Quinn flipped through her notes. "Apparently, we're the hot topic this morning, and everyone wants follow-up content. Carmen has an idea for a morning after photo series. Supposedly candid shots of us having breakfast together. Very domestic and intimate."
In your apartment?
That's what she suggested. Iris thinks it would reinforce the narrative that we're comfortable enough for sleepovers. Quinn's cheeks reddened again. "I told them we'd discuss it." Solen looked around Quinn's pristine kitchen, imagining how it would look through Carmen's lens. The warm morning light, Quinn's careful domestic touches, the two of them sharing coffee and borrowed pajamas. It would be intimate in a way that felt almost too real. "There's just one problem," Solen said slowly.
Which is?
"When I looked out your bedroom window this morning, there were photographers across the street. 3 of them, with very large cameras." Quinn's mug hit the table harder than intended. "What?" "They're probably hoping to catch me leaving in last night's dress. Or maybe get shots of us through the windows." Solen couldn't help grinning at Quinn's horrified expression. "I'm essentially trapped here until they get bored, or Iris figures out how to manage them."
Trapped.
Quinn repeated the word like she was testing its weight.
Is that a problem?
"I can call a car service, try to sneak out through your building's back entrance."
No.
The response came faster than Quinn seemed to expect. "I mean, it's not a problem. We should probably strategize our next moves anyway, and it's safer to do that here." Solen studied Quinn's face, looking for signs of panic or annoyance, but found neither. If anything, Quinn looked almost relieved at the prospect of extended proximity. "Besides," Quinn continued, "we should probably practice being comfortable with casual physical contact. Last night was easier than I expected, but we'll need to maintain that chemistry for future appearances." The suggestion created instant tension. Both women became hyper-aware of the space between them. The way Solen's fingers curved around her mug. How Quinn's t-shirt had slipped slightly off one shoulder.
Practice,
Solen repeated.
professional development.
"Aye, right. Very methodical." But neither of them moved, and the air between them felt charged with something that had nothing to do with career advancement. Quinn's phone buzzed with a text. She glanced at it and frowned. "Diego Rivera wants to schedule a follow-up interview. He says our red carpet appearance raised interesting questions about authenticity in public relationships, and he'd like to explore that theme." "Shit." Solen set down her mug. "He's smart. If anyone's going to figure out we're performing, it's him." Maybe that's not entirely bad. Quinn was looking at her notebook again, but her pen wasn't moving. "I've been thinking about what you said last night. About authenticity being more convincing than perfect performance."
What about it?
"I wrote something in my notebook after we got home. Something that's been bothering me." Quinn flipped back a few pages, her handwriting neat even in the dark. "I wrote that I might have fundamentally misunderstood the assignment."
Solen leaned forward. What assignment?
Love. Relationships. All of it. Quinn's laugh held no humor.
I've always approached dating like screenwriting. Character motivation, clear plot progression, predictable emotional beats. But last night felt improvisational in ways that terrified me.
Improvisation isn't scary if you trust your scene partner. That's the problem. I don't know how to trust something I can't control or predict.
Quinn met Solen's eyes directly.
But when you touched my face during that interview, when you looked at me like I was someone worth protecting, I forgot we were performing. The confession hung between them, more intimate than any of their public displays. Solen felt her heart rate accelerate, recognizing the courage it took for Quinn to admit uncertainty.
Quinn.
I know it complicates things. I know we have professional obligations and this whole 30-day timeline. But I need you to know that whatever I felt last night was real. Even if I don't understand it yet.
Solen reached across the table, covering Quinn's hand with her own. Quinn's fingers were warm and slightly trembling, and she didn't pull away.
I felt it too, Solen said quietly. And it scared the hell out of me. Because I'm very good at performing attraction, but I'm apparently terrible at recognizing when it stops being an act. Quinn turned her hand palm up, threading their fingers together. So what do we do? I have no idea. Solen smiled, surprised by how liberating the admission felt. But maybe that's okay. Maybe the best improvisations happen when both people stop trying to control the scene. Quinn's phone rang again. Iris, probably with more opportunities and strategic considerations. But neither woman moved to answer it, too caught up in the strange intimacy of sitting in Quinn's kitchen in borrowed pajamas, holding hands over a table scattered with laptop cables and breakfast crumbs. We should probably take that call, Quinn said eventually. Probably. But they stayed exactly where they were, fingers intertwined, morning light casting everything in soft focus through the windows. Outside, photographers waited for a story worth telling. Inside, something entirely unscripted was beginning to unfold. And for once, Quinn wasn't reaching for her notebook to document every beat. The performance was becoming real, and neither of them was quite ready to examine what that meant for their carefully constructed 30-day timeline.
Chapter 11. The lines blur. Solen sat cross-legged on Quinn's pristine hardwood floor, laptop balanced on her knees, watching their mentions multiply faster than she could read them. Quinn paced behind her like a caged academic, clutching her phone with white knuckles, both of them still wearing the borrowed pajamas from their impromptu sleepover that had somehow become the most comfortable night either had experienced in months. Listen to this one. Quinn's voice carried a note of bewilderment as she read aloud. Quinn and Solen are literally relationship goals. You can see how much they adore each other just in the way they look at each other. Most authentic couple in Hollywood right now. She paused her pacing. Authentic. They're calling us authentic. Solen's fingers stilled on the keyboard. The irony tasted bitter on her tongue. Here's another gem. The way Solen touches Quinn's hand during interviews. That's not acting. That's real love. 43,000 likes. And counting. Their chemistry is so natural, it makes other celebrity couples look rehearsed, Quinn continued, her voice growing more strained with each compliment. You can tell Quinn's never been happier. Look at how she glows when Solen talks about her writing. The praise felt like a gift wrapped in barbed wire. Solen scrolled through comment after comment, celebrating their obvious, genuine connection and
the way they've healed each other, while her stomach twisted tighter with each enthusiastic observation. These strangers were seeing something real in moments that were supposed to be performance, and she wasn't sure anymore which terrified her more, that they might be right, or that they might find out the truth. Her finger froze over a new Instagram story notification. The username made her blood run cold. @TashaMoonOfficial. The image loaded slowly, revealing Solen's own vintage compass necklace, or one exactly like it, arranged artfully against white silk. The caption made her mouth go dry. Some people always find their way back to the truth. #watch this space. #knowing what I know. Posted 20 minutes ago. Solen's hand moved unconsciously to her throat, fingers finding the familiar weight of her actual compass necklace still resting against her collarbone. The relief lasted exactly 2 seconds before the implications crashed over her. "What's wrong?" Quinn's voice came from directly beside her, and Solen realized she'd gone completely still. Quinn knelt on the floor, her green eyes sharp with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Worse." Solen turned the laptop screen toward Quinn. "I've seen Tasha." Quinn's expression shifted from concern to calculation as she read the caption twice. Cryptic threats via social media. How very contemporary villain of her. She studied Solen's face. This means something specific, doesn't it? Solen touched her compass necklace again, a nervous habit Tasha had always found endearing until she'd started using it against her. She does this. Builds anticipation with vague posts, gets people speculating, then drops just enough truth to destroy everything without technically lying about anything. Her voice caught. She's really good at it. Quinn sank fully onto the floor beside her, the careful distance they'd been maintaining all morning disappearing. What does she know that would be worth teasing? That we're fake. The words came out smaller than Solen intended. She knows how publicity relationships work because she's been trying to manufacture one for herself for years. And she knows me well enough to spot when I'm performing versus when I'm... She gestured vaguely between them. Whatever this is. Quinn's phone buzzed against the hard wood with an incoming call. She glanced at the screen and winced. Iris, this can't be good news. She swiped to answer, putting it on speaker. Please tell me you're calling to congratulate us on our successful media debut. I was, until 20 minutes ago. Iris's voice carried the crisp efficiency of crisis management mode. We have 3 entertainment outlets requesting statements about Tasha Caldwell's implied revelations, and someone managed to photograph you two through your kitchen window this morning. The photos are already circulating with captions about intimate domestic moments and authentic morning afterglow. Solen's stomach dropped. Photos of what exactly? You two at the counter, both in pajamas, looking very couple-ish. Quinn's hand on your back, you feeding her pieces of fruit. It's actually quite sweet. But the timing with Tasha's posts is strategically terrible, Quinn finished. She rubbed her temples. How bad is the speculation? Currently manageable, but if Tasha follows through on whatever she's threatening to reveal, these photos will be used as either evidence of authenticity or proof of an elaborate performance, depending on her narrative. Iris's sigh was audible through the speaker. I need to know what we're dealing with. What does she actually know? Solen met Quinn's eyes, seeing her own anxiety reflected in the sharp green depths. Everything. She knows our timeline was too convenient. She knows I've never brought anyone to a premiere before. And she knows exactly how to read my body language. She swallowed hard. Plus, she has photos from when we were together. Private ones. She's already proven she's willing to use them.
The silence stretched long enough for Solen's heart to beat several uncomfortable rhythms. Right. Iris's tone shifted into pure business mode. Quinn, can you host there for the day? The photographers outside your building are multiplying, and we need to control the narrative before Tasha sets it for us. Quinn stood abruptly, beginning to pace her living room in tight circles. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. We get one successful event, and immediately everything spirals beyond our control. She dragged her hands through her hair, destroying what was left of her carefully maintained composure. She's going to turn this into a circus. Solen watched Quinn's pacing accelerate and recognized the signs of an impending anxiety spiral. The same pattern she'd seen when Quinn talked about her previous script failures, or her need for everything to go according to plan. Without thinking, she stood and caught Quinn's hand mid-pace, guiding her toward the couch. Hey, Solen's voice was gentler than she'd intended. Look at me. What's the worst thing that happens here, Quinn's laugh held no humor. The worst thing? Tasha exposes us. Our careers implode. The studio sues us for fraud, and I never work in Hollywood again. She perched on the edge of the couch cushion like she might bolt at any moment. Oh, and everyone who's praising our authentic connection realizes they've been completely manipulated. Okay, but what if we don't let her control the story? Solen settled beside her, close enough that their knees touched. What if we focus on what we can actually manage instead of spiraling about hypothetical disasters? Quinn's expression shifted, the analytical part of her mind clearly engaging with the problem-solving approach. What do you mean? Tasha's power comes from secrets and shame. But what if we don't give her anything to weaponize? Solen reached for Quinn's hand, surprised when Quinn's fingers immediately intertwined with hers. We know our arrangement started as fake. We also know that something real is developing between us, even if we're both terrified to name it. What if we just focus on that truth instead of managing her lies? Quote, Quinn stared at their joined hands for a long moment. The idea felt reckless, almost suicidal. Her mind immediately flashed through the potential headlines. Fake couple exposed, careers implode. The contracts they'd signed with the studio, the non-disclosure agreements, the possibility of being blacklisted from every major project. This wasn't just about bruised egos, it was about professional annihilation. You're suggesting we ignore a direct threat to our careers in favor of feelings we can't even define yet? I'm suggesting we stop letting fear make our decisions. Solen squeezed Quinn's fingers. Besides, some of those comments aren't wrong. We do have chemistry. We do make each other laugh, and I've never felt more like myself with anyone than I do when I'm with you, even when we're supposedly performing. The admission hung between them, more honest than either had planned to be. Quinn's thumb traced across Solen's knuckles, a gesture so unconsciously intimate that Solen's breath caught. Iris, Quinn said without looking away from Solen, can you buy us today to figure out our approach? Decline interview requests, issue a simple, enjoying their privacy statement about the photos? Absolutely. But I'll need a strategy by tomorrow morning. Iris's voice carried a note of something that might have been approval. Try to remember that the best publicity relationships are the ones that become real ones. Much easier to maintain. After they hung up, Quinn's apartment settled into unusual quiet. Neither of them moved from the couch, their hands still linked, both avoiding the conversation that felt too enormous for Quinn's carefully ordered living room. I should call out of my photo shoot, Solen said eventually, and I should cancel my writing session at Grind. Quinn's voice was thoughtful. Probably smart to avoid public spaces until we know what Tasha's planning. They spent the afternoon in Quinn's kitchen, moving around each other with surprising ease as they prepared lunch.
Solen found herself cataloging small details. How Quinn hummed unconsciously while chopping vegetables. The way she automatically handed Solen things before Solen asked for them. How her usual rigid posture relaxed into something more natural when she wasn't thinking about being observed.
"Can I ask you something?" Solen said as they arranged sandwiches on Quinn's minimalist plates. "Shoot. What made you agree to this whole arrangement? Really, I mean. Not the career salvation part, the fake relationship specifically." Solen leaned against the counter. "You're not exactly the type who enjoys performance for its own sake." Quinn was quiet for so long that Solen wondered if she'd overstepped. When Quinn finally answered, her voice was carefully controlled. "Honestly, I think part of me was curious what it would feel like to be the person someone chose to protect." The words hit Solen unexpectedly hard. "What do you mean?" "My whole life has been about making myself useful enough that people won't leave. Writing scripts so good they can't be ignored. Being so prepared that nothing can go wrong. Maintaining such tight control that I never become someone's problem to solve." Quinn's smile was self-deprecating. "But you needed a girlfriend who could help rehabilitate your image. And for 30 days, I got to be chosen for who I could pretend to be instead of what I could produce." Solen felt something crack open in her chest. "Quinn, it's pathetic, I know." "No." Solen stepped closer. "It's not pathetic. It's heartbreaking." She reached up to touch Quinn's cheek. "Because you're not just useful, Quinn. You're brilliant and funny and kind. And anyone who doesn't see that without needing proof is an idiot." Quinn's eyes went suspiciously bright. "Even when I'm controlling and rigid and completely neurotic about scripts?" "Especially then." Solen's thumb traced along Quinn's cheekbone. "Besides, I like your neurotic tendencies. They balance out my chaos." They were standing too close now, the pretense of lunch preparation forgotten. Quinn's hands had somehow found their way to Solen's waist, and Solen could count the small gold flecks in Quinn's green eyes. "This is real," Quinn said quietly, and it wasn't a question. "Yeah." Solen's voice came out rougher than intended. "It is." Neither of them moved to close the distance between them, but neither pulled away. They stood suspended in Quinn's bright kitchen, surrounded by the ordinary domestic scene of shared lunch preparation, while the extraordinary reality of genuine feelings settled around them like afternoon light. "So, what do we do about Tasha?" Solen asked eventually. Quinn's expression shifted back toward determination, but her hands remained on Solen's waist. "We give the people what they actually want to see." "Which is?" "Us. Actually us." Quinn's smile turned almost mischievous. "But maybe we keep the actually us part just for ourselves for now."
Chapter 12. Script Changes. The early morning light streaming through Soundstage 7's industrial windows caught Quinn off guard. She'd arrived 30 minutes before their scheduled script session, armed with her leather-bound notebook and a manila folder thick with precisely organized revisions, expecting to find the cavernous space empty. Instead, Solen moved through the constructed living room set like she belonged there, speaking Quinn's dialogue aloud, while her hands traced the air, bringing shape to emotions Quinn had struggled to capture on the page. Quinn paused in the doorway, watching Solen inhabit her fictional protagonist with an ease that made something flutter uncomfortably in her chest. The actress wore dark jeans and a cream sweater that moved with her as she paced, her auburn hair catching the work lights. She held no script. Apparently, she'd memorized the pages they were reviewing today. "The thing is," Solen said to the empty soundstage, testing different inflections on Quinn's carefully crafted line, "I never learned how to want something without expecting it to disappear." The vulnerability in her voice made Quinn's grip tighten on her notebook. She'd written those words thinking of her own relationship with success, with stability, with the constant fear that any achievement might evaporate. Hearing Solen speak them felt like watching someone read her diary. "You're early." Quinn stepped onto the set, her flats silent on the fake hardwood flooring. Solen spun around, hand flying to her vintage compass necklace. "God, you move like a cat. I didn't hear you come in." Her surprise melted into something warmer. "I hope you don't mind. I got here and the words they wanted to be said out loud." Before Quinn could respond, Marcus Eduardo Thorne pushed through the soundstage doors with his characteristic energy, reading glasses already perched on his nose and a coffee cup steaming in his hand. His salt and pepper beard couldn't hide his grin as he spotted them both on set. "Perfect. My two leading ladies, ready to dig into some character archaeology." He settled into his director's chair, pulling out his own marked-up script. "I've been thinking about yesterday's footage, and I want to explore some deeper emotional territory in Act 2. Quinn's analytical mind immediately cataloged the implications. Deeper emotional territory meant changes. Changes meant disrupting the careful structure she'd spent months perfecting. She flipped open her notebook to the color-coded revision notes she'd prepared. "What kind of exploration?" The question came out more clipped than she'd intended. Marcus gestured toward the set's kitchen area. "The scene where Maya finally tells her ex-girlfriend why she's been avoiding commitment." "Quinn, your script has all the right story beats, but I think we can push the emotional authenticity further." "The emotional authenticity is calibrated to serve the overall narrative arc." Quinn heard the defensiveness in her voice and tried to modulate it. "Each revelation is strategically placed to maximize character growth and audience investment." Solen perched on the arm of the set's couch, studying Quinn with those warm brown eyes that seemed to see too much. "What if we just tried reading it a few different ways? See what the character wants to tell us." The suggestion made Quinn's eye twitch. Characters didn't want things. Writers made deliberate choices about how characters served story structure. But Marcus was already nodding enthusiastically, the way directors did when actors fed their collaborative instincts. "Brilliant. Solen, take it from Maya's entrance. Quinn, watch how the words feel in the space." Quinn wanted to point out that words didn't feel anything, that emotional impact came from precise word choice and timing, not from improvisation in a fake living room. Instead, she clutched her notebook and watched Solen stand, rolling her shoulders like an athlete preparing for competition. "She'd be nervous," Solen said, touching her necklace again. Maya spent the whole movie running from this conversation. She wouldn't just walk in and deliver the speech confidently. She moved to the set's door and paused there, hand on the fake brass handle. When she entered the scene space, every line of her body radiated reluctance and determination in equal measure. Quinn's carefully crafted dialogue emerged from Solen's mouth fractured, hesitant, interrupted by the kind of authentic emotional stumbling that Quinn had edited out in favor of clarity. "The thing is," Solen's voice caught, and she started again. "Sarah, the thing is, I never—" She stopped, turned away from her imaginary scene partner, then forced herself to face the conversation again. "I never learned how to want something without expecting it to disappear. And you? God, Sarah, you made me want everything." The silence that followed felt charged. Marcus leaned forward in his chair, and Quinn found herself holding her breath. The emotional truth Solen had found in her words was raw, in a way that made Quinn's structured approach feel suddenly academic. "That's it," Marcus said softly. "That's the scene." Quinn's protective instincts flared. But the pacing is completely different. The rhythm of the original dialogue builds to the revelation systematically. Your structure is beautiful, Solen said, and something in her tone made Quinn look up from her notebook. But Maya wouldn't be systematic in this moment. She'd be terrified. The observation hit deeper than it should have. Quinn had written Maya as controlled, even in vulnerability, because that's how she understood emotional revelation, as something to be managed, crafted, delivered with precision. The idea that authentic emotion might be messy, interrupted, chaotic, made her chest tight.
Let's try it Quinn's way, then Solen's way, Marcus suggested diplomatically. See how they serve the story differently. For the next hour, they worked through the scene with increasing intensity. Quinn read her original version aloud first, delivering each line with the exact emphasis she'd heard in her head while writing. It was clean, powerful, dramatically satisfying. Then Solen performed her interpretation again, and Quinn had to admit the improvised version captured something her precise writing had missed. The terrible courage required to speak truth when you expected it to destroy everything you wanted.
Call it lunch, Marcus finally said, though Quinn's watch showed barely past noon. Let the scene breathe while we grab food. Sometimes the best creative decisions happen when you're not trying to make them.
He gathered his things and headed for the exit, leaving Quinn and Solen alone on the set that suddenly felt more intimate than any of the public spaces where they'd performed their relationship.
I'm not trying to wreck your script, Solen said quietly. She'd moved to sit on the set's couch, her legs tucked under her in a way that looked unconsciously graceful. I know how much it means to you. Quinn closed her notebook and found herself sitting on the opposite end of the couch, close enough to see the gold flecks in Solen's brown eyes. It's not about the script being wrecked. It's about... She searched for words that wouldn't make her sound like a control freak. It's about knowing that the story will work. What if not knowing is part of what makes it work? Finally, the question lodged somewhere between Quinn's ribs. Her entire approach to writing, to life, was built on eliminating uncertainty, on crafting outcomes she could predict and control. The suggestion that ambiguity might serve art better than precision felt like being asked to navigate without a map. I need structure, Quinn said finally. I need to know where the story is going. Solen tucked a strand of auburn hair behind her ear. But do you know where we're going? On. The "we" hung in the air between them, loaded with implications that had nothing to do with script revisions. Quinn looked at her notebook, filled with color-coded notes and precise scene breakdowns. Then at Solen, whose presence in any room felt like an improvisation that somehow always landed on truth. No, Quinn admitted. I don't. Terrifying, right? Solen's smile held understanding rather than mockery. But also kind of exciting. Before Quinn could untangle her response to that, Solen was moving again, pulling Quinn's script from the coffee table where Marcus had left it. The pages were now marked with multiple handwritings. Quinn's precise annotations, Marcus's sprawling director's notes, and Solen's surprisingly neat margin comments. What if we tried something? Solen said. What if you wrote the scene the way Maya would write it? Not the way a screenwriter would structure it for maximum impact, but the way someone who's terrified and brave and desperate would actually try to explain themselves. Quinn's first instinct was to list all the reasons that approach would fail. But watching Solen's face, alive with creative curiosity, she found herself opening her notebook to a fresh page instead. She wouldn't start with the revelation, Quinn said slowly, her pen already moving. She'd circle around it. She'd try to say it sideways first. Yes. Solen leaned closer to watch Quinn write, close enough that her warmth was distracting. And she'd probably apologize for being bad at this. Quinn wrote that down, then found herself adding, she'd want to run away in the middle of saying it. Top. Stage. They worked as the afternoon light shifted through the soundstage windows, Quinn writing while Solen tested the words aloud, their creative process becoming something entirely new. Quinn discovered that letting Solen into her writing space didn't diminish her control. It expanded what was possible within her story. Try this, Quinn said, handing Solen a page of new dialogue. Maya's trying to explain, but she keeps getting distracted by how much she's going to miss Sarah if this conversation goes badly. Solen read it silently first, her eyebrows rising. God, this is heartbreaking. She looked up at Quinn. How did you know to write it this way? Because I'm watching you, Quinn thought, but didn't say. Because I'm learning what it feels like to want something while being terrified of losing it. Research, she said instead, but her voice came out softer than intended. As evening approached, the soundstage grew quiet around them. The distant sounds of production winding down on other stages faded, leaving them in their bubble of artificial domesticity and very real creative intimacy. Quinn had filled 12 pages of her notebook with new dialogue, and Solen had brought each line to life with a naturalness that made Quinn wonder how she'd ever written characters without this kind of collaboration. I think Maya would touch Sarah's hand here, Solen said, indicating a moment in the new scene where the character was struggling to find words. Not romantically, just anchoring herself to something real. Quinn wrote the stage direction, acutely aware that Solen's hand was resting on the couch between them, close enough to touch. The parallel wasn't lost on her. They were writing about characters learning to bridge the gap between fear and connection, while sitting in their own space of possibility. Quinn? Solen's voice was quiet. Can I ask you something? Why is control so important to you? Not for the script, I mean, for you. The question should have felt invasive. Instead, it felt like a natural extension of the creative vulnerability they'd been sharing all afternoon. Quinn set down her pen and considered how much truth this moment could hold. My mom has bipolar disorder, she said finally. Growing up, our house was either perfectly calm or completely chaotic, and I never knew which one I'd come home to. Writing became this space where I could make sure things turned out okay. Solen's expression grew gentle, and letting someone else into that space feels like giving up the guarantee. Yes, the admission felt enormous in the quiet soundstage. But Maya learns to trust Sarah with her chaos, Solen said. Even though it's terrifying. Quinn looked down at the pages they'd created together. Her structure and Solen's instincts woven into something that felt both planned and discovered. Are we still talking about the script? Sighs light. Are we ever just talking about the script? The question hung between them like a dare. Quinn closed her notebook and found herself really looking at Solen, not as an actress interpreting her work, not as a fake girlfriend performing their arrangement, but as someone who'd spent the day making her art better by making it more honest. I don't know how to do this, Quinn said. Write collaboratively. Any of it. Quinn gestured at the space between them. The not knowing. The improvising. The letting someone else change things. Solen shifted on the couch until they were facing each other fully. What if we just figured it out as we went? Like good improv, you listen to your scene partner and build something together. Outside the soundstage windows, Los Angeles glittered with its evening sprawl of ambition and dreams. Inside, Quinn felt the careful boundaries of her world reshaping themselves around this woman who'd somehow become essential to both her story and her understanding of what stories could be. Okay, Quinn said, but I'm keeping the notebook. Solen's laugh was warm and surprised.
I wouldn't expect anything else.
Quinn opened to a fresh page and wrote, "Some of the best art happens when you let someone else into your creative space." She paused, then added, "Some of the best everything happens then." When she looked up, Solen was watching her with an expression that felt like being seen completely. Messy creative process, control issues, and all.
Same time tomorrow? Solen asked. Same time tomorrow, Quinn agreed, and realized she was looking forward to not knowing exactly what they'd create next.
Chapter 13. Between the Lines. The penthouse elevator opened with a soft chime, releasing them into the marble foyer of their temporary sanctuary. Quinn's blazer hung loose around her shoulders, her usual armor of precision slightly askew after 3 hours of performed intimacy that had felt anything but fake. "I can't believe you made Henderson blush." Solen kicked off her heels the moment they crossed the threshold, her laugh echoing off the vaulted ceilings. "A man who's interviewed every A-lister since the 80s, and you had him stammering about his own love life? That wasn't intentional." Quinn loosened her blazer completely, letting it slide down her arms as she moved toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city sprawled below them in ribbons of light, but she found herself watching Solen's reflection in the glass instead. Though I'll admit there's something satisfying about catching a seasoned cynic off guard. Solen appeared beside her reflection, champagne bottle already uncorked with the efficiency of someone comfortable with luxury. To catching cynics off guard, then, she pressed a flute into Quinn's hands, their fingers brushing in the exchange. "Though I'm starting to think you might be the biggest cynic of all." Former cynic. Quinn accepted the glass but didn't drink immediately, too focused on the way Solen's auburn hair caught the ambient lighting. Present company has been unexpectedly persuasive. They drifted toward the terrace doors, drawn by the cool night air and the promise of space that felt less manufactured than the penthouse's calculated opulence. Outside, Jasmine competed with car exhaust and the distant hum of late-night traffic, creating a uniquely Los Angeles cocktail of beauty and chaos. Solen curled into the corner of the outdoor sofa, tucking her legs beneath her with the unconscious grace that had first caught Quinn's attention on set. Her fingers found her compass necklace, turning it over in her palm while she studied Quinn with an expression that seemed to be solving a particularly complex equation. "You realize we completely threw out Iris's talking points tonight." Solen's thumb traced the compass's worn edges. "That whole bit about our creative process being like a dance, that wasn't in any of our prep sessions." Quinn settled beside her, close enough to catch the faint scent of Solen's perfume, but far enough to maintain the illusion of professional distance. "No, it wasn't. But it also wasn't inaccurate." She paused, champagne forgotten. "When did that happen? When did we stop following the script?" "Maybe around the time you stopped looking like you wanted to strangle me when I suggested a line change." Solen's smile carried a hint of uncertainty that made Quinn's chest tighten. "Or possibly when you started trusting me enough to let me see your actual writing process instead of just the final product." The observation hit closer to home than Quinn expected. She set down her champagne glass with more care than necessary, buying herself time to sort through the tangle of realizations that had been building for weeks. "I've spent so many years protecting my work from outside influence that I forgot collaboration could enhance rather than diminish it." "Is that what we're calling it? Collaboration?" Solen's voice carried a note of something deeper, more vulnerable than her usual confident delivery. Quinn turned to face her fully, noting how the city lights cast shifting patterns across Solen's features. What would you call it? Honestly? Solen's hand stilled on her necklace. Somewhere in the past 2 weeks, I stopped being able to tell where the performance ends and I begin. Tonight felt real in ways that terrify me. The admission hung between them like a challenge, daring Quinn to match her transparency. Quinn's analytical mind cataloged the risks: career implications, contract complications, the potential for spectacular failure, then promptly discarded them all in favor of something that felt suspiciously like hope. I've built my entire professional identity around control. Quinn's voice came out steadier than she felt. Every word planned, every outcome anticipated, every variable accounted for. But you? She gestured helplessly. You've made me question whether my need for certainty has been protecting me or limiting me. Solen shifted closer, her movement subtle but unmistakable. And what conclusion have you reached? Loman High shared this, that maybe the best stories, the ones worth telling, require a certain amount of improvisation. Quinn's pulse quickened as Solen's knee brushed against hers. That maybe I've been so focused on avoiding failure that I've missed opportunities for something extraordinary. The space between them seemed to contract without either moving, charged with the weight of everything they hadn't said during 3 weeks of carefully orchestrated public appearances. Solen's free hand found Quinn's where it rested on the sofa cushion, her touch light but deliberate. You want to know something? Solen's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Every foster home I lived in, every relationship I've had, I've always been performing some version of myself that I thought would make people want to keep me around. But with you, even when we're literally performing for cameras, I feel more like myself than I have in years. Quinn's breath caught at the raw honesty in Solen's confession. Her thumb traced across Solen's knuckles, marveling at how such a simple touch could feel both foreign and familiar. That's terrifying. Completely. Solen's smile was soft and slightly crooked. Want to be terrified together? Viance. The question held layers of meaning that Quinn's writer's brain immediately began cataloging, but for once, she silenced her analytical impulses in favor of something more instinctual. They were leaning toward each other now with an inevitability that felt both natural and momentous, like the final piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Quinn could see the flecks of gold in Solen's brown eyes, could count the individual freckles scattered across her nose, could feel the warmth of her breath against her lips. Another inch, and they would cross a line that would transform their carefully constructed fiction into something irreversibly real. Quinn's phone erupted in a symphony of notifications, texts, emails, social media alerts, all competing for attention with increasing urgency. The spell shattered like glass, leaving them blinking at each other in surprise while the device continued its electronic tantrum from Quinn's discarded blazer pocket. Ignore it. Solen's voice carried a note of desperation that matched the clutch of her fingers around Quinn's hand. But the damage was done. Quinn's practical mind reasserted itself with the efficiency of a computer rebooting, flooding her with awareness of contracts and consequences, and the 100 ways this moment could complicate everything they'd worked toward. I should. Quinn started to rise, but Solen's grip tightened. Please don't. Solen's eyes searched her face. Don't let them pull you back into your head when you were finally in your heart. The words stopped Quinn mid-movement, their accuracy both startling and undeniable. She settled back onto the sofa but reached for her silent phone, scrolling through the flood of congratulatory messages from Iris, enthusiastic texts from Marcus, and social media notifications showing their interview climbing trending charts. Look at this! Quinn turned the screen toward Solen, showing her a particularly effusive text from a studio executive. They're calling tonight a breakthrough moment for the campaign. Apparently, our chemistry is testing off the charts.
Solen read the messages over Quinn's shoulder, her proximity sending distracting waves of awareness through Quinn's nervous system. They're not wrong about the chemistry.
No, they're not. Quinn set the phone aside but didn't move away. Which brings up some rather complicated questions about our remaining appearances.
Such as?
Such as how we navigate genuine feelings within a professional arrangement designed to simulate them. Quinn's words came out more clinical than intended, but she saw understanding rather than hurt flash across Solen's features.
We figure it out as we go.
Solen's answer was characteristically spontaneous, but it carried a note of determination that made Quinn's chest warm. We set boundaries that honor both what's happening between us and what we've committed to professionally.
That's not very specific.
Since when is love specific?
Solen's smile returned, soft and patient. Besides, you're the one who just told me the best stories require improvisation.
Quinn felt her lips curve upward despite her attempts at maintaining analytical distance. I'm going to regret giving you that ammunition, aren't I? Oh, absolutely. Solen's grin turned playful. I plan to quote you extensively. They talked until the sky began lightening behind the city's jagged skyline, mapping the territory between professional obligation and personal desire with the care of explorers charting unknown lands. Quinn found herself describing fears she'd never articulated, the terror of losing control, the certainty that vulnerability would be weaponized against her. The way Solen's presence had made her question everything she thought she knew about herself. Solen matched her honesty with stories of foster care survival tactics, of learning to read people's needs and perform accordingly, of the way Quinn's steadiness had made her feel valued for who she was, rather than what she could provide. They established tentative boundaries around their remaining public appearances, acknowledging that their final week of events would now carry the weight of authentic emotion rather than carefully constructed fiction. So, we're doing this? Quinn asked as the first commuter traffic began threading through the streets below. We're attempting to navigate a real relationship within the framework of a fake one? We're certainly going to try. Solen stretched like a cat, graceful even in exhaustion. Though I suspect it's going to be significantly more complicated than anything in your original script. Quinn considered this, watching dawn paint the sky in shades of pink and gold that no cinematographer could improve upon. Maybe. But I'm beginning to think the complications might be worth it. Careful, Quinn Virelle. Solen's voice carried fond amusement. You're starting to sound like someone who enjoys a little chaos in her life. Former cynic, remember? Quinn stood and extended her hand to help Solen up. Present company continues to be unexpectedly persuasive. Solen accepted the assistance but didn't immediately move toward the penthouse doors. Instead, she stepped closer, close enough that Quinn could see the exhaustion and exhilaration warring in her expression. For the record, Solen said softly, when we do finally kiss, and we will, I want it to be because we choose to, not because we're supposed to, for an audience. Quinn's heart performed an elaborate percussion solo against her ribs. That's very reasonable. I have my moments. Yes, Quinn agreed, still holding Solen's hand as they moved toward the doors. You definitely do.
Chapter 14. New Wave. The morning light, streaming through Quinn's living room windows, felt harsh against Solen's swollen eyes. She'd barely moved from the couch since Quinn brought her home the night before, still wearing yesterday's wrinkled dress, her phone clutched in trembling fingers as she watched her life dissected by strangers. Another notification. Another screenshot of Tasha's Instagram live session making the rounds on Twitter, complete with commentary from people who thought they understood her entire relationship history, based on 20 minutes of calculated cruelty. She's obviously using Quinn for career rehab. The fake crying was so obvious. Tasha dodged a bullet with this one. Quinn's bare feet whispered across the hardwood as she emerged from the kitchen, 2 steaming mugs balanced in her hands. Steam curled between them, carrying the rich scent of the good coffee. Not Quinn's usual efficient instant, but something that required actual care to prepare.
You made real coffee. Solen's voice came out rougher than she'd expected. Seemed like a real coffee kind of morning. Quinn settled beside her, close enough that their knees almost touched. The couch dipped under her weight, tilting Solen slightly toward her. Though I should warn you, my coffee-making skills are purely theoretical.
The first sip proved Quinn's self-assessment accurate. Slightly bitter, a touch too strong. But the warmth spread through Solen's chest anyway. Someone had tried to take care of her. Someone had noticed she needed caring for.
I should have seen this coming. Solen touched the compass at her throat, the brass warm from her skin. Tasha doesn't handle being ignored well. She posted our private photos when I broke up with her, and now she's back to finish what she started, with a new wave of attacks, clearly aiming for complete annihilation. Quinn's hand moved to cover hers, stilling the anxious fidgeting. May I? Solen blinked, confused, until Quinn gestured to the phone. Her first instinct was to clutch it tighter. What if something worse appeared while she wasn't watching? What if missing one comment meant missing some crucial development? But Quinn's green eyes held steady patience, and Solen found herself loosening her grip. The phone disappeared into Quinn's pocket with a decisive motion. You don't need to watch the world dissect your private life in real time, Quinn said. That's not staying informed. That's self-harm with notifications. But what if Iris is monitoring everything? If there's something that requires our attention, she'll handle it. Quinn tucked her legs underneath her, angling to face Solen fully. Right now, the only thing that requires your attention is you. The simple statement hit harder than it should have. When was the last time someone had suggested Solen's own well-being was the priority? Even during the Tasha situation 6 months ago, everyone's focus had been damage control, career protection, public perception management. I keep choosing people who can't fully commit to me. The words spilled out before Solen could stop them. Foster care taught me that everyone leaves eventually. So I learned to pick people who were already halfway out the door. Safer that way. If they're emotionally unavailable from the start, their leaving doesn't count as rejection. Quinn's thumb traced over Solen's knuckles, an unconscious gesture that sent warmth racing up her arm. Tasha was perfect for that pattern. Influencer, always performing, incapable of genuine intimacy. I could love her without risking this. Solen gestured vaguely at her current state of emotional wreckage. Without risking someone seeing all of me and deciding I'm too much trouble. You're not too much trouble. Quinn's voice carried the same certainty she used when discussing story structure or character motivation. You say that now, but you've never had someone weaponize your vulnerabilities on social media. You've never had your private photos shared without consent, or your sexual history turned into entertainment for strangers. Quinn was quiet for so long that Solen finally looked up, expecting to see judgment or discomfort. Instead, she found Quinn's analytical expression, the look she wore when working through a particularly complex plot problem. We could withdraw from the remaining events, Quinn said suddenly. Solen stared. What? The Golden Horizon Awards, the final interviews. Iris mentioned having backup plans for various scenarios. Quinn's fingers tightened around hers. Your mental health is more important than any publicity timeline. The offer knocked Solen sideways. Quinn, whose entire career hung on this project's success, whose perfectionist nature demanded following plans to completion, was suggesting they abandon their carefully orchestrated strategy to protect Solen's emotional well-being. You'd really do that? Solen whispered.
tank your own project to protect me from gossip. It wouldn't be tanking anything. It would be prioritizing what actually matters. Quinn's cheeks flushed pink, but her voice stayed steady. Which is you. Your healing. Your choice about how much public scrutiny you can handle. Something cracked open in Solen's chest, not breaking, but opening like a door she'd kept locked for years. This was what genuine care looked like. Not performance, not strategy, not even romance necessarily. Just another human being saying your well-being matters more than any external goal. I need food, Solen said, because suddenly she couldn't breathe around the intensity of Quinn's offer. Emotional devastation makes me hungry. Quinn's smile carried relief at the subject change. I have, let's see, yogurt that might be expired, half a sleeve of crackers, and coffee beans. That's tragic even by my standards. Solen pulled up the pizza place Quinn had mentioned before. Pepperoni and mushroom? You remember my pizza preferences? I remember everything about you. The admission slipped out too honest, too raw. But Quinn's resulting blush made it worth the vulnerability. While they waited for food, they spread Quinn's script across the dining table. Not the clean copy bound for production, but Quinn's personal version, marked with color-coded notes and increasingly frequent margin scribbles in Solen's handwriting. Look at this, Quinn said, pointing to a page where Solen had suggested changing a monologue into dialogue. 3 weeks ago, I would have hidden this script before letting you see it. Now it's more yours than mine. Collaboration looks good on you. Solen traced one of her own notes with her finger. Your brilliant structure, my instinctive character work. We make things better together. They'd fallen into comfortable work rhythm when the pizza arrived, spreading boxes across script pages and arguing good-naturedly about whether the romantic lead would realistically own a dog. Quinn argued for character consistency. Solen insisted dogs made everyone more sympathetic on screen. Besides, Solen said around a bite of pizza, the dog could be a rescue. Matches her commitment issues. She saves something that needs healing while avoiding anything too emotionally demanding. Quinn paused, pen hovering over the script. That's actually brilliant character development. I have my moments. And you have a lot of moments. Quinn's voice carried something warmer than professional appreciation. I was wrong about your script suggestions being random. You see character psychology in ways I miss. Evenings settled around them in golden gradients. Quinn's usually pristine space transformed by scattered takeout containers, script pages, and Solen's belongings claiming space on every surface. The organized chaos would have horrified Quinn weeks ago. Now, it felt like watching her apartment exhale after holding its breath for years. Tell me about the compass, Quinn said as they cleaned up, nodding toward the necklace Solen touched whenever anxiety spiked. Solen's hand moved to the brass circle automatically. Last gift from my first foster mother, Margaret. I was 12, aging out of her placement because she could only take short-term kids. The memory still carried edges sharp enough to cut. She said everyone needs something to help them find their true north. Did you think she was right? I thought true north was a fantasy. Solen settled back on the couch, closer to Quinn this time, drawn by the steady warmth she radiated. In foster care, you learn that home is temporary. People leave, get reassigned, decide you're too difficult. So you stop looking for permanent belonging and start looking for temporary safety instead. Quinn's hand found hers again, fingers interlacing with shocking naturalness. What changed? I am you. The word emerged without permission, carrying more truth than Solen had planned to reveal. This morning, when you offered to withdraw from our publicity schedule to protect my mental health, I realized I've been looking for stability in all the wrong places. Quinn's breath caught, barely audible. I've spent years choosing people who couldn't fully commit because their emotional unavailability felt familiar, safe. I knew how to love someone who was already leaving. Solen turned Quinn's hand over, studying the precise lines of her palm. But you're not leaving. Even when staying means risking your career, your project, everything you've worked toward.
Solen, I'm terrified, Solen continued, needing to finish before courage abandoned her. Everything in my history tells me that staying means eventual abandonment, that if I let myself depend on your steadiness, you'll decide I'm too much trouble and disappear.
Quinn shifted to face her fully, their knees bumping together.
I'm terrified too. Every relationship I've had ended because I couldn't relinquish enough control to let someone really know me. I thought vulnerability meant weakness until you showed me it could mean connection instead.
The apartment fell quiet except for the distant hum of traffic and their synchronized breathing. Solen could feel the moment balancing on a knife's edge. They could retreat to safer topics, or they could step into the terrifying space where honesty lived.
I want to try, Solen whispered. Not the performance version we've been doing for cameras, but the real thing. Even though it scares me more than any scandal or public humiliation.
The real thing, Quinn repeated, testing the words.
I want to choose you. Choose us. Choose staying instead of running when emotions get intense. Solen's thumb traced across Quinn's knuckles. I know our timing is complicated, with contracts and publicity schedules, but
Quinn's kiss cut off her words, soft and certain, and tasting like coffee and possibility. When they broke apart, foreheads touching, Solen felt her internal compass finally settle on something that felt like true north.
We'll figure out the complicated parts, Quinn murmured against her lips. Together.
Chapter 15. Building the Case. The laptop screen glowed in the early morning light streaming through Quinn's apartment windows, casting harsh shadows across the dining table she'd converted into a war room. Empty coffee cups and crumpled papers surrounded her like evidence of a long siege, which wasn't far from the truth. She'd been awake since 4 a.m., systematically documenting every piece of Tasha's digital trail with the methodical precision that had once made her professors call her relentlessly thorough. Now that analytical fury finally had a productive outlet. It wasn't the carefully constructed plan she was used to, the kind that offered the illusion of control. This was messier, driven by something Solen had ignited in her, a fierce protectiveness, a willingness to fight for what mattered, even when the outcome was uncertain. The fear was still there, a familiar hum beneath her skin, but now, for the first time, it felt less like a cage and more like fuel. The laptop screen glowed in the early morning light streaming through Quinn's apartment windows, casting harsh shadows across the dining table she'd converted into a war room. Empty coffee cups and crumpled papers surrounded her like evidence of a long siege, which wasn't far from the truth. Quinn paused, her gaze falling on a printed screenshot of one of Tasha's earlier, seemingly innocuous social media posts. It was from years ago, a smiling photo of Tasha and Solen at an industry event, all air kisses and performative friendship. Solen had once mentioned, "Tasha always wanted what I had. Not just the roles, but the ease, the way I didn't seem to care what people thought." She remembered Solen describing Tasha's relentless ambition, a hunger that bordered on desperation, fueled by a deep-seated insecurity that she masked with a brittle, competitive facade. There had been a specific incident, a betrayed confidence about a project, a role Tasha felt entitled to, but Solen had landed. She remembered Solen recounting a seemingly casual encounter, Tasha cornering a mutual acquaintance at a premiere. "Isn't it just fascinating," Tasha had purred,
how Solen always seems to land on her feet, especially with that new project. Such a unique approach to casting, wouldn't you agree? The words themselves were harmless, but the brittle smile, the pointed gaze, the subtle emphasis on unique approach. It was a veiled accusation, a poisoned seed planted in fertile ground.
It wasn't just professional rivalry. It was personal. A score Tasha had been waiting years to settle, meticulously collecting slights and perceived betrayals like ammunition. This wasn't a sudden outburst of jealousy. It was a calculated, long-simulating vendetta, finally unleashed. Screenshot dated March 15th, she murmured into her voice recorder, fingers flying across the keyboard. Tasha posts candid photo of Solen at coffee shop, claims accidental encounter. Geolocation data shows Tasha checked in at same location 40 minutes earlier. Timeline inconsistency suggests premeditation. The bedroom door creaked open, and Solen emerged wearing Quinn's oversized Princeton sweater, the sleeves hanging past her fingertips like comfortable armor. She carried 2 steaming cups, setting one beside Quinn's elbow before settling onto the couch with feline grace. "How long have you been at this?" Solen tucked her legs beneath her, wrapping both hands around her mug. "Few hours." Quinn saved her document with the satisfaction of a general cataloging victories. "Want to see what your ex-girlfriend's been up to for the past 2 years?" Solen's expression shifted from sleepy warmth to wary curiosity as Quinn angled the laptop screen toward her. The spreadsheet displayed months of cross-referenced data, social media posts, public statements, timeline discrepancies, all color-coded and annotated with Quinn's trademark precision. "Jesus, Quinn, this is..." Solen scrolled through rows of documentation, her coffee forgotten. "I knew Tasha was calculating, but seeing it laid out like this, it's like she planned every spontaneous moment." Because she did. Quinn pulled up another tab showing Instagram posts arranged chronologically. "Look at this pattern. Every relationship she's had since you broke up follows the same cycle. Sweet, private courtship, then gradually more public displays, then the grand finale where she reveals intimate details for sympathy and followers." Solen's hand found Quinn's knee, squeezing gently. "You've been building a case. I've been protecting what's mine." The words slipped out before Quinn could filter them, raw and possessive in a way that made her cheeks burn. "What's ours, I mean. What we're building together." Instead of teasing her about the slip, Solen leaned over and kissed Quinn's temple, soft and grateful. "Call Diego." Quinn reached for her phone, then hesitated. "Are you sure? Once we bring a journalist into this, there's no controlling the story. Diego's different. He's never written anything exploitative about either of us." Solen settled back against the couch cushions, pulling the sweater sleeves over her hands. "Besides, we're not asking him to control anything. We're asking him to report the truth." The kitchen phone felt substantial in Quinn's hands, like a prop from an older, more serious era of journalism. Diego answered on the second ring, his voice professionally alert despite the early hour. "Quinn Virelle, this is unexpected." "I have a story for you," she said without preamble, watching Solen nod encouragingly from the couch. "About exploitation in the entertainment industry. Specifically, about someone who's been systematically manipulating private relationships for public gain." A pause, then the sound of papers rustling. "I'm listening." "Not over the phone. Can you come here? Bring whatever recording equipment you use for serious interviews." "How serious are we talking?" Quinn looked at Solen, who was absently touching the compass necklace resting against the Princeton sweater. "Career-ending serious. For the right person." 20 minutes later, Diego arrived with a leather messenger bag that would have made Quinn's look modest. Professional recording equipment spilling from every pocket. Carmen followed close behind, her camera bag slung across her shoulder and an expression of barely contained excitement on her face. Carmen wanted to contribute, Diego explained, setting up a digital recorder on Quinn's coffee table with practiced efficiency. Apparently she has her own experiences with your subject matter. Quinn poured more coffee while Solen moved to the armchair, leaving the couch for Diego and Carmen. The shift in seating arrangements felt formal, interview-ready. But Solen's presence in Quinn's apartment kept the atmosphere from becoming sterile. Before we start, Diego pulled out his journalist's notebook, pages already covered with notes. I should mention that 3 other actors contacted me privately after your situation made headlines. All of them described similar patterns of exploitation. Carmen nodded grimly. Tasha's not exactly subtle about staging photo opportunities. Half the photographers in the city have watched her manufacture candid moments. Quinn felt something tight in her chest loosen. They weren't alone in this. What had felt like a personal attack was actually part of a larger pattern, which meant it could be documented, proven, and stopped. Tell me about the timeline, Diego said, his recorder capturing every word. When did you first notice these manipulative behaviors? Solen pulled her legs up into the chair, making herself smaller as she spoke. Looking back, it started almost immediately. She'd suggest we go somewhere specific, then act surprised when photographers showed up. Or she'd bring up private conversations in public settings where strangers could overhear. She recorded our fights, Solen continued, her voice getting steadier as she talked. I thought she was just documenting our relationship, but every argument she recorded eventually showed up in her social media posts, twisted to make her look sympathetic. Quinn's pen moved across her notebook, documenting details even though Diego's equipment captured everything. The act of writing helped her process the scope of Tasha's manipulation, each revelation adding to her protective fury. A memory surfaced, chilling in its clarity. The casual suggestion from Tasha to grab coffee at that trendy downtown spot, the one notoriously frequented by paparazzi. Solen, oblivious, had agreed, happy for the break between rehearsals. Tasha, all wide-eyed innocence, feigning surprise when the first flash went off. Oh, look, darling, just a random snap. But then Tasha's hand had subtly found Solen's, guiding it to a comfortable clasp, angling their bodies just so. The whisper, "Smile, babe, for the fans." The poses, the laughter, the intimate leans, all seemingly spontaneous yet with a faint, almost imperceptible choreography, Quinn now recognized. Solen, so genuine, had radiated warmth. Tasha, a practiced warmth, angled for the lens. It was a performance, designed for maximum public impact, disguised as candid affection. The photos, Carmen interjected, pulling up images on her camera's display screen. I have shots of Tasha staging intimate moments with at least 4 different people over the past 18 months. She'd set up the scene, get someone to take multiple angles, then post the most spontaneous-looking one later. Diego leaned forward, his professional instincts clearly engaged. You're describing a systematic pattern of exploitation, using intimate relationships as content creation. Exactly. Quinn set down her pen, looking between Diego and Carmen. We're not asking for a defense piece or a puff article. Instead, we're orchestrating a series of strategic leaks, not about Tasha directly, but about the production's commitment to authentic storytelling, about Solen's dedication to her craft, about Quinn's creative vision for empowering female narratives. We're launching a sneak peek social media campaign, showcasing the genuine chemistry between Quinn and Solen on set. We're even lining up an exclusive, in-depth interview for Solen that will shift the conversation from her past relationships to her future projects, subtly highlighting her maturity and focus. While we manage the immediate fallout from Tasha, we also need you to investigate the larger issue at play. Tasha is just the most obvious example of a systemic problem.
What's your timeline? Carmen asked, already mentally calculating shot compositions. When are you planning to go public with this?
Quinn and Solen exchanged glances, the weight of tomorrow's awards ceremony settling between them like a challenge.
The Golden Horizon Awards, Solen said quietly.
We use the platform to talk about authentic partnership instead of defending ourselves against manufactured scandal. Diego's pen stopped moving. That's either brilliant or career suicide. Both, Quinn admitted, but we're not interested in playing it safe anymore. The afternoon disappeared into strategic planning, laptops and phones covering every surface of Quinn's dining table as they built their case with methodical precision. Quinn handled timeline verification and documentation, while Solen managed the emotional narrative components, their different skills creating a comprehensive approach neither could have achieved alone. Iris arrived at 3 o'clock with legal documents and publicity strategy folders, her usual composed exterior barely concealing what Quinn now recognized as protective concern. "I've reviewed your counterattack plan," Iris said, spreading contracts across Quinn's kitchen counter. "Legally, you're on solid ground. Ethically, you're taking the high road. Strategically," she paused, her dark eyes serious, "using the Golden Horizon ceremony as your platform will either vindicate you completely or destroy your careers if it backfires."
What's our success rate? Quinn asked, falling back on statistical analysis when emotional stakes felt overwhelming.
"Depends entirely on execution. Public confession of fake relationship followed by declaration of authentic feelings." Iris pulled out her phone, scrolling through preliminary social media responses. It's unprecedented. Could be seen as refreshingly honest or catastrophically naive.
Solen stood up from the dining table, stretching muscles that had been hunched over laptops for hours.
What if we don't focus on defending against Tasha's accusations at all? What if we just talk about what authentic partnership looks like? Thus,
Meaning?
Diego looked up from his notes. Meaning, we tell our real story. How we started as a publicity arrangement and found something genuine. How we learned to combine our different approaches to creativity. How being together makes us both better at our work and braver in our lives. Quinn felt her notebook fall still in her hands. The approach Solen suggested required a level of public vulnerability she'd never attempted, never even considered possible. But looking around her apartment, transformed into a collaboration space filled with people working to protect their relationship, she realized something had shifted in her fundamental understanding of control. "That's terrifying," she said honestly. "Terrified is different from impossible." Solen moved behind Quinn's chair, resting her hands on Quinn's shoulders. "We don't have to defend against every accusation if we're too busy building something real." As evening settled over the city, Quinn and Solen practiced potential interview responses in the living room while Diego and Carmen packed up their equipment. The role reversal felt natural now, Solen helping Quinn sound more conversational and authentic, while Quinn helped Solen stay focused on key message points. "Remember," Quinn said, adjusting an imaginary tie because her nerves needed somewhere to go, "if they ask about timeline inconsistencies, I acknowledge that our relationship evolved from professional to personal and that growth takes time to recognize and announce publicly." Solen's response sounded practiced but genuine. "Your turn. If they ask whether you regret the entire arrangement," Quinn took a breath, feeling the truth settle in her chest like a compass finding magnetic north. "I regret that it took a publicity stunt for me to meet the most important person in my life. But I don't regret a single day since." The words came out steady and certain, surprising them both with their lack of qualification or analysis. Later, after Diego and Carmen had left, With promises to have their investigative piece ready within days, Quinn and Solen stood together on the apartment balcony, hands intertwined, as they looked out at the city lights spreading toward the horizon.
Tomorrow changes everything, Solen said quietly, her thumb tracing patterns across Quinn's knuckles. Tomorrow makes everything public.
Quinn squeezed Solen's hand, feeling the brass compass necklace catch the light. But what we've built here, in private, with just us figuring it out together, that's already real. They stood in comfortable silence, both acknowledging that the Golden Horizon Award ceremony would either cement their relationship's foundation or force them to rebuild everything from scratch. But something had shifted during the day of strategic planning and honest conversation. The thought of facing public scrutiny still terrified Quinn, but the thought of facing it alone seemed impossible now.
Whatever happens tomorrow, Solen said,
bringing their joined hands up to kiss Quinn's knuckles, we figure it out together. And Quinn nodded, watching the city lights blur slightly through unexpected tears. For someone who'd spent her entire career crafting other people's love stories, she was finally ready to risk writing her own.
Chapter 16. Golden Horizon. The vintage emerald earrings catch the light streaming through the limousine's tinted windows as Quinn's fingers work to secure the second clasp behind Solen's ear. Her hands remain steady, despite the weight of everything this evening represents, their final performance, or perhaps their first authentic moment as whatever they're becoming. There. Quinn's voice carries none of the nervous energy that's been building all day. They match your dress perfectly. Solen turns to face her in the leather seat, the emerald silk of her gown pooling elegantly around her legs. You realize I'm terrified, right? The admission surprises Quinn with its directness. After weeks of Solen's confident ease at every public appearance, this vulnerability feels like a gift. Of winning? Quinn adjusts the thin strap of her own midnight blue dress, chosen specifically because Iris insisted it made her eyes look devastatingly intelligent. Of this ending. Solen's hand finds Quinn's on the seat between them. Whatever happens tonight, tomorrow everything changes. Through the window, the Golden Horizon Theater rises before them like an Art Deco monument, its vertical marquee blazing against the darkening sky. Photographers line the red carpet in dense clusters, their cameras creating a constellation of flashing lights. Quinn studies Solen's profile as she watches the approaching chaos. What if we stopped acting like it has to end? The question hangs between them as their driver navigates the final turn toward the theater's entrance. Quinn hadn't planned to voice the thought that's been circling her mind for days, but sitting here, in this artificial moment of calm before the storm, everything feels possible. You mean continue the fake relationship? Solen's fingers tighten around Quinn's. I mean stop calling it fake. Their limousine glides to a stop precisely at the red carpet's beginning. Quinn can see Diego Santos Rivera positioning himself near the interview area, his press credentials catching the light. Carmen stands behind him with her camera raised, both of them offering supportive nods through the window. Ready? Solen asks. But she's not looking at the cameras or the crowd. She's looking at Quinn with an expression that suggests she's asking about more than just the next few hours. Quinn nods, surprising herself with how much she means it. Let's go tell our story. The moment their driver opens the door, the world explodes into sound and light. Camera flashes create a strobe effect against the theater's golden facade, while entertainment reporters call their names from behind velvet ropes. Quinn steps out first, offering her hand to help Solen emerge with the graceful flourish their audiences have come to expect. But when Solen's hand settles against the small of Quinn's back, the touch carries none of the calculated precision of their earlier appearances. Instead, Quinn feels herself leaning into the warmth, letting her smile bloom naturally as they begin their slow progress down the crimson carpet. Quinn! Solen! Over here! Photographers angle for the perfect shot, while Quinn finds herself genuinely enjoying the spectacle, rather than enduring it. The weight of Solen's touch grounds her, making the chaos feel manageable rather than overwhelming. They pose at several designated spots, Quinn's hand resting comfortably at Solen's waist, while conversations flow around them in multiple languages. Entertainment reporters conduct rapid-fire interviews with other arrivals, while stylists dart between celebrities making last-minute adjustments.
This feels different, Solen murmurs during a brief lull between photo opportunities.
Quinn turns to study her face. Different how?
Like we're actually enjoying ourselves instead of just surviving it.
The observation strikes Quinn as remarkably accurate. The nervous energy that characterized their early appearances has transformed into something warmer and more sustainable. They've stopped performing their relationship and started inhabiting it. Diego approaches them with his familiar professional smile, but Quinn notices genuine warmth in his eyes, rather than the calculated interest of their first encounters.
Ladies, you look absolutely radiant tonight.
He gestures toward Carmen, who positions herself for the best lighting. Mind if we grab a quick interview for the live stream?
Of course.
Solen's response carries none of the wariness that used to accompany media requests. Diego activates his recording equipment while Carmen adjusts her camera angle. So tonight marks not just the Golden Horizon Awards, but also the culmination of what's been an incredibly successful campaign for your film. How does it feel to see your creative collaboration resonate so strongly with audiences? Quinn appreciates how he frames the question around their work rather than their relationship. It's been remarkable watching people connect with the story we were trying to tell. I think audiences are hungry for authentic narratives about partnership and growth. And Solen, you've been very public about how working with Quinn challenged you as a performer. Can you elaborate on that experience? Solen's hand finds Quinn's naturally, their fingers interlacing without conscious thought. Quinn taught me that preparation and spontaneity don't have to be opposing forces. The best creative work happens when you have a strong foundation that gives you freedom to take risks. Speaking of risks, Diego continues, you've both been very open about this relationship developing during a high-pressure professional situation. What advice would you give to other creative partners navigating similar dynamics? The question offers them the perfect opportunity to discuss authentic partnership instead of defending against manufactured scandal. Quinn feels Solen's thumb trace across her knuckles, a gesture of encouragement that strengthens her resolve. Trust the process, Quinn answers. Whether you're building a character or building a relationship, you have to be willing to surprise yourself. The best stories happen when you stop trying to control every outcome and start responding honestly to what your scene partner brings. Carmen captures their synchronized smiles while Diego nods approvingly.
Any final thoughts before we see if Quinn takes home the award tonight?
Win or lose, this experience has already given us everything we wanted, Solen says, her eyes meeting Quinn's with unmistakable sincerity. Sometimes the most valuable thing you can gain from a project is discovering what you're actually capable of. They thank Diego and Carmen before continuing toward the theater's entrance, the interview having crystallized something important between them. By focusing on their creative partnership, they've revealed the authentic foundation underlying everything else. Inside the Golden Horizon Theater's opulent lobby, crystal chandeliers cast warm light over clusters of industry professionals nursing cocktails and engaging in animated conversations. Quinn recognizes several studio executives who previously treated her with polite dismissal. But now they approach with genuine interest and congratulations. Quinn Virelle! Magnificent work on the screenplay. A producer whose calls Quinn's agent couldn't return 6 months ago now extends his hand with obvious enthusiasm. I'd love to discuss our upcoming projects with you. We're looking for someone who understands character-driven narratives. Another executive joins their conversation, directing her attention toward Solen. And we've been following your performance work very closely. Your chemistry with written material is exactly what we need for our new limited series. Quinn watches Solen handle the professional attention with gracious confidence, consistently redirecting praise back to the collaborative nature of their project. When someone compliments her improvisation skills, Solen mentions Quinn's willingness to incorporate actor input. When they praise her dramatic range, she credits Quinn's layered character development. Your partnership really shows, comments a director Quinn has admired for years. It's rare to see that level of creative trust translated so effectively to screen. As they navigate through similar conversations, Quinn realizes their relationship has become professionally valuable beyond any publicity strategy they originally planned. Industry professionals see them as a creative team worth investing in, opening doors that neither could access individually. Table 12, an usher announces, guiding them toward their seats in the theater's third row. The proximity to the stage makes Quinn's stomach flutter with renewed nervousness about the upcoming Best Original Story category. The theater fills gradually with formally dressed attendees while Quinn attempts to review her potential acceptance speech one final time. But Solen's presence beside her makes concentration difficult, not because of distraction, but because Quinn finds herself genuinely more interested in sharing this moment than preparing for hypothetical outcomes. You're not looking at your notes, Solen observes as the house lights begin to dim. Quinn realizes her leather-bound notebook sits forgotten in her lap, unopened, despite her usual compulsive preparation habits. I think I know what I want to say. The ceremony opens with elaborate musical numbers and comedy segments that Quinn normally finds tedious. But tonight, she enjoys the spectacle. Solen's quiet commentary and shared observations make everything more entertaining, transforming a professional obligation into an actual experience they're having together. When the Best Original Story category approaches, Quinn feels her pulse quicken despite her earlier calm. Solen's hand finds hers immediately, their fingers intertwining with practiced ease. Whatever happens, Solen whispers as the presenter takes the stage, you've already won everything that matters. The presenter begins listing nominees while clips from each nominated film play on the theater's massive screens. When Quinn's title appears, she sees their work through the audience's eyes. A story about two women learning to trust each other enough to create something neither could achieve alone. And the Golden Horizon Award for Best Original Story goes to... The presenter opens the envelope with theatrical pause. Quinn Astrid Virelle. For Between the Lines. The theater erupts in applause, while Quinn sits momentarily frozen, the reality of winning requiring several seconds to penetrate. Solen's kiss on her cheek and whispered, "Go claim what you earned," finally propels her to her feet on unsteady legs. The walk to the stage feels simultaneously endless and instantaneous. Quinn climbs the steps carefully in her heels, accepting the golden statuette from the presenter, while hundreds of cameras document every expression crossing her face. At the podium, Quinn looks out over the sea of formally dressed industry professionals, until her eyes find Solen in the third row, beaming with obvious pride and genuine joy. Thank you to the Golden Horizon Awards, and to everyone who supported this project, Quinn begins, her voice stronger than expected. This story exists because someone taught me that the best narratives happen when you stop trying to control every word and start trusting your scene partner. She pauses, watching Solen's smile widen with understanding. Writing is often described as a solitary pursuit, but the most meaningful stories emerge from collaboration. They require vulnerability, trust, and the courage to let someone else's perspective change your original vision into something better than you imagined possible. Quinn lifts the award slightly, its weight substantial and satisfying in her hands. This belongs to everyone who believes that authentic partnership, creative, professional, and personal, is worth the risk of letting someone surprise you. And the applause follows her off stage, where photographers capture her genuine joy while she clutches the award protectively. Entertainment reporters request quick comments about her victory, but Quinn finds her eyes constantly searching the crowd for Solen through the blur of congratulatory strangers. Quinn, how does it feel to have your creative vision recognized at this level? A reporter thrusts a microphone toward her face. Incredible, Quinn answers, honestly. But the real victory has been discovering what's possible when you find the right creative partner. She fields several more questions about future projects and creative influences, each answer reinforcing her growing certainty about what she wants her professional life to include going forward. Back in the theater, the ceremony continues with additional categories and performances, but Quinn finds her attention divided between the stage and Solen's presence beside her. The award sits heavy in her lap, a tangible symbol of professional achievement that somehow feels less important than the woman whose hand remains intertwined with hers. When the final award is presented and the closing musical number concludes, attendees begin filtering toward the exit and various after-parties scattered throughout the city. The Meridian Hotel penthouse party? Solen asks as they join the slow-moving crowd in the theater's aisle. Quinn nods, though the prospect of more networking and professional conversations feels less appealing than it should following her major victory. Iris will never forgive us if we miss it. The penthouse party at the Meridian Hotel buzzes with the particular energy of successful industry professionals, celebrating another year of creative achievement. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the city's glittering skyline, while waitstaff circulate with champagne and elegant hors d'oeuvres. Quinn finds herself surrounded by directors and producers interested in discussing their next collaboration, each conversation reinforcing how dramatically her professional prospects have shifted in a single evening. "We're developing a limited series that would be perfect for your sensibilities," explains a streaming executive Quinn has admired from a distance. The central relationship requires exactly the kind of authentic development you brought to this project. Solen joins their conversation naturally, contributing insights about character development that complement Quinn's narrative perspective. Their creative partnership flows effortlessly in professional settings, each building on the other's ideas in ways that create stronger concepts than either could develop independently. "You two should consider developing original material together," suggests another producer. "Your collaborative dynamic translates beautifully to screen, and audiences are clearly responding to stories about authentic partnership." As the evening progresses, Quinn realizes their fake relationship has evolved into genuine professional opportunity. Industry professionals see them as a creative team worth investing in, opening doors neither could access individually. Carmen Luna Rodriguez approaches them near the penthouse's bar, her camera equipment suggesting official documentation rather than casual photography. "Mind if I grab some victory celebration shots?" she asks, gesturing toward the terrace doors. The city lights would create beautiful contrast with your formal wear. Quinn surprises herself, and probably everyone else, by immediately agreeing. That sounds perfect. They step through the glass doors onto the private terrace where the city spreads below them in a carpet of twinkling lights. The sounds of the party fade to a pleasant hum behind them, while cool evening air carries the distant energy of a city that never fully sleeps.
Carmen positions them against the terrace railing, the urban landscape creating a dramatic backdrop for what might be their final professional photo shoot as a couple. But as Quinn looks at Solen in the soft lighting, she realizes she no longer thinks in terms of endings.
Actually, Quinn says, causing Carmen to lower her camera, could you give us a moment first?
Carmen smiles with obvious understanding. Take all the time you need. I'll be right inside when you're ready. Alone on the terrace under the stars, surrounded by the distant sounds of celebration and success, Quinn finally understands what Solen meant about this feeling different. They're not performing for cameras or maintaining an image for public consumption. They're just two women who found something real through elaborate pretense.
So, Solen says, moving closer to the railing where city lights reflect in her eyes. What happens now?
Quinn joins her, the award still tucked securely under one arm.
I was hoping you might have some ideas about that.
I do, actually.
Solen's hand finds her compass necklace. The gesture Quinn has learned signals important decisions rather than nervous energy. But they all involve taking risks I've never been brave enough to take before.
Such as?
Such as believing this is real enough to build a life around, instead of just enjoying until it inevitably ends. Quinn sets her award carefully on the terrace table and turns to face Solen directly. What if I told you I've been thinking the same thing?
I'd probably ask if you're sure you want to risk your perfectly organized life on someone who improvises through most situations. And I'd tell you that improvisation only works when you have partners you trust completely.
Quinn reaches for Solen's hands, finding them warm despite the evening air. I trust you completely. The kiss happens naturally, without cameras or contracts or publicity strategies. Just two women who discovered authentic connection through elaborate performance. Quinn tastes champagne and possibility on Solen's lips, while the city glitters around them like a promise of adventures they might have together. When they break apart, both breathless and smiling, Solen touches Quinn's cheek gently.
So this is what authentic feels like, she murmurs.
Terrifying and wonderful, and completely worth it, Quinn agrees.
They return to the party long enough to thank their supporters and make polite farewells, but both feel pulled towards something more private and genuine than public celebration. As they walk hand in hand down the hotel's marble steps into the city night, Quinn's award tucked under one arm, while Solen's other hand plays with her compass necklace, they both finally know their true direction.
Chapter 17. The Real Thing. The weight of the Golden Horizon Award felt substantial in Quinn's hands as she stepped up to the microphone, the theater's sudden silence pressing against her ears like cotton. Thousands of entertainment industry professionals stretched before her in the grand Art Deco space, their faces expectant in the warm glow of the chandeliers. Her acceptance speech sat folded in her blazer pocket, 3 paragraphs of carefully crafted gratitude that suddenly felt completely wrong. When I wrote this story, she began, abandoning her prepared remarks entirely, I thought I understood what collaboration meant. I thought it meant compromising my vision to accommodate someone else's interpretation. Her voice carried clearly through the theater's excellent acoustics. I was spectacularly wrong. From her seat in the 3rd row, Solen's warm brown eyes met hers, and Quinn felt something settle in her chest. The compass necklace caught the stage lights as Solen leaned forward slightly, her expressive hands clasped in her lap. This story taught me that real collaboration isn't about losing control. It's about finding truth through another person's vision. Quinn lifted the award slightly, its golden surface reflecting the spotlights. My writing partner showed me that improvisation isn't the enemy of structure.
its structure responding to life. She paused, watching Solen's eyes fill with tears. Thank you for teaching me that the best stories happen when we trust each other enough to go off script. The applause thundered through the theater as Quinn made her way back to her seat, Marcus Eduardo Thorne squeezing her shoulder as she passed. Solen stood to embrace her, and for a moment, the cameras and crowd disappeared entirely.
You beautiful, brilliant woman, Solen whispered against her ear. You just credited me as your writing partner on live television.
Quinn settled into her seat, the award heavy in her lap. Because you are.
The ceremony continued around them, but Quinn found herself watching Solen's profile more than the stage. The way she genuinely celebrated other winners, how her whole face transformed when she laughed at the host's jokes, the unconscious grace with which she moved even while sitting still. When had she memorized these details so completely?
After the final award presentation, the backstage area buzzed with controlled chaos. Quinn tucked her award under her arm as industry executives approached them with the kind of enthusiasm that meant genuine interest rather than polite networking.
Quinn, Solen, brilliant work tonight. A woman in an elegant navy suit extended her hand. I'm Sarah Kim from Meridian Studios. We'd love to discuss your next collaboration. Your partnership dynamic is exactly what we need for our new romantic drama series, added a man Quinn recognized from Paramount. The authenticity you bring to emotional storytelling is remarkable. Marcus appeared beside them, his salt and pepper beard barely concealing his grin. Ladies, I've had 3 separate studios ask about packaging deals for your team. Apparently, your creative chemistry translates beautifully on screen. Solen's hand found Quinn's elbow, a steadying touch amid the swirl of attention. It's wonderful to know our work resonates with audiences, she said smoothly, her actress training evident in how she handled the crowd without committing to anything specific. Quinn appreciated the deflection more than she could express in the moment. The offers felt surreal. Months ago, both their careers had been circling the drain. Now industry heavyweights wanted to bet on their partnership based on one successful project, and whatever indefinable quality they projected as a creative team. We'll definitely be in touch, Quinn managed, accepting another business card while mentally cataloging the conversation for later analysis. The after-party at the Meridian Hotel penthouse felt like a different universe from the theater's formal grandeur. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city's glittering skyline, while carefully curated jazz music provided an elegant backdrop for networking conversations. Quinn accepted congratulations from colleagues she hadn't spoken to in months, their enthusiasm genuine rather than the polite distance she'd grown accustomed to after her previous failures.
There's our award-winning screenwriter. Diego Santos Rivera approached with Carmen Luna Rodriguez beside him, both raising champagne flutes in greeting. Hell of a speech, Quinn. Very off-brand for you to abandon your prepared remarks. Carmen smiled, adjusting the camera strap across her shoulder. I got some beautiful shots of Solen's reaction. Her face when you called her your writing partner, pure joy. Where is she now? Quinn glanced around the crowded penthouse, suddenly aware that Solen had disappeared during her conversation with a group of streaming executives. Terrace? Diego nodded toward the glass doors leading outside. Looked like she needed some air. These industry crowds can be overwhelming, even for actors. Quinn excused herself and made her way through the party, her award tucked securely under her arm. The evening had exceeded every professional fantasy she'd harbored about recognition and success, but something felt incomplete. All the congratulations and offers meant nothing if she couldn't share them properly with the person who'd made them possible. Iris Delacroix intercepted her near the terrace doors, resplendent in a deep emerald dress that complemented her silver-streaked hair. Magnificent speech tonight, darling. Very authentic. Thank you. Quinn paused, studying her publicist's expression. You're pleased with how everything turned out? Professionally? Beyond my wildest projections, Iris's smile carried genuine warmth. Personally,
I'm proud of you both for finding something real in this artificial circus we call Hollywood.
The comment caught Quinn off guard.
Iris, go find her, Iris said gently. Some conversations need to happen away from the crowd. Quinn stepped onto the terrace, the cool night air a welcome relief after the party's warmth. Solen stood at the railing, her auburn hair catching the breeze as she gazed out at the city lights below. The distant hum of traffic and music from other rooftop parties created an urban lullaby that felt intimate despite their height above the bustling streets. Second thoughts about the chaos? Quinn approached carefully, setting her award on a nearby table before joining Solen at the railing. The opposite, actually. Solen turned, leaning her hip against the metal barrier. I was thinking about how surreal this all feels. 6 months ago, I was persona non grata. Tonight, studio executives want to work with us as a creative team. Your rehabilitation arc has been remarkably thorough, Quinn agreed, then immediately regretted the clinical phrasing. Sorry, that sounded like a marketing analysis.
Solen laughed, the sound warm and unguarded. I like your brain, remember? Even when it processes emotions like data points. The confession hung between them, heavier than Quinn expected. She gripped the railing, metal cool under her palms. The party continued inside, visible through the glass doors but feeling worlds away. Solen, I need to tell you something. The words emerged before Quinn's analytical mind could edit them. I need to say it without cameras or contracts or any agenda except the truth. Something shifted in Solen's expression, vulnerability replacing her usual confident charm. I'm listening. Quinn turned to face her fully, the city lights creating a soft halo around Solen's silhouette. What started as a performance became the most real thing in my life. It was a Tuesday, a day with no scheduled appearances, no cameras, no script. You had shown up at her apartment with 2 ridiculously oversized sombreros and a sudden, intense craving for bad karaoke. I, armed with a mental list of tasks, had initially resisted. But then your laugh, free and uninhibited, had broken through my defenses. In that moment, surrounded by the joyful absurdity, I had felt a shift. I had put down my list, grabbed the other sombrero, and sung off-key with a freedom I hadn't known I possessed. It wasn't planned, it wasn't perfect, but it was real. And for the first time, that felt less terrifying and more exhilarating. You didn't just change my screenplay. You changed how I see everything, including myself. She paused, gathering courage. I used to think control meant knowing the outcome. You taught me it means trusting the process. Solen stepped closer, close enough that Quinn could catch her subtle perfume beneath the night air. I thought I knew what acting was until I realized I wasn't acting anymore. Somewhere between the coffee shop and tonight, this became real for me too. The admissions settled between them like a shared secret. Quinn felt her careful walls crumbling, not from external pressure, but from internal choice. I don't want to perform anymore. I want to build something genuine with you. No scripts or stage directions required. What would that look like? Solen's hand found hers on the railing, fingers intertwining naturally. Messy, Quinn admitted. Uncertain. Probably involving me learning to trust improvisation in more than just creative contexts. And me learning that structure doesn't mean losing spontaneity. Solen's thumb traced across Quinn's knuckles. I want to try, Quinn. Not for the cameras or the career boost or even the incredible creative partnership. Just because you make me want to stop running from real connection. The space between them disappeared gradually, neither leading nor following, but meeting in the middle. When their lips touched, Quinn's analytical mind went blissfully quiet for the first time in months. The kiss tasted like champagne and possibility, soft and exploratory
and entirely theirs. Solen's free hand curved around Quinn's waist, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. Quinn responded instinctively, her usual need to control the narrative replaced by simple desire to experience this moment fully. No cameras captured them. No social media documented their connection. No publicists managed their image. Just two women choosing each other authentically under the indifferent stars. When they broke apart, Quinn rested her forehead against Solen's, breathing unsteady. So what happens now? Now we figure it out together. Solen's compass necklace caught the light between them, the brass warm from her skin. No timeline, no performance metrics, just us learning how to be real with each other. Through the glass doors, the party continued without them. Industry professionals would speculate about their relationship status and creative plans regardless of their presence. Tomorrow, entertainment journalists would analyze every photographed moment for clues about their personal and professional future. But for the first time since their fake romance began, Quinn felt completely unconcerned about public perception. "Should we go back inside?" she asked, though she made no move to step away. "In a minute." Solen's hand still rested warm against her waist. "I want to remember this exactly as it is. No audience, no agenda. Just us choosing something real." Quinn retrieved her award from the table, its weight familiar now but somehow less important than the woman beside her. "Ready to face the circus?" "With you? Always." They walked hand in hand toward the party, but instead of returning to the penthouse, Quinn found herself guiding them toward the elevator. The night felt too precious to share with networking colleagues and industry small talk. "Where are we going?" Solen asked as the elevator descended. "Somewhere we can talk without interruption." Quinn watched the floor numbers decrease. "My place is quiet. We could order terrible takeout and analyze the entire evening without anyone photographing our food choices." "That sounds perfect." Solen squeezed her hand. "Though I should warn you, I'm planning to celebrate your award properly. There may be enthusiasm involved." The elevator opened onto the hotel lobby, marble floors gleaming under crystal chandeliers. Quinn felt lighter than she had in months. The weight of performance finally lifted from her shoulders. Outside, the city sparkled with Friday night energy. Couples and groups moving between restaurants and clubs with the easy confidence of people known exactly where they belong. "Quinn?" Solen paused as they reached the street. "Thank you for trusting me enough to go off script tonight." Quinn looked down at their joined hands, then back at Solen's face, warm and open in the streetlight. 6 months ago, the idea of improvising anything, professionally or personally, would have sent her into analytical overdrive. Tonight, stepping into uncertainty with someone she trusted felt like the most natural choice in the world. "Thank you for showing me that the best stories happen when we collaborate," she replied. They walked into the night together. Quinn's Golden Horizon Award tucked under one arm, while Solen's compass necklace caught the city lights. For the first time in either of their lives, they both knew exactly where they were heading. Toward whatever authentic story they would write together. One unscripted moment at a time.
Thank you so much for listening. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.